Welcome, everyone. This is the April 2nd, 2024 Civic Design Review meeting of the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The Civic Design Review Committee is a subcommittee of the City Planning Commission. Its charge is to assess the public realm of proposed building projects in Philadelphia. This is a special meeting to discuss the master plan proposal of 76 Place at Market East. Please note that interpretation services are available throughout today's meeting. If on a computer or phone, there is a menu at the lower part of the screen. At the lower right of this menu, you will see a button resembling a globe icon. This icon allows you to open a list of language options. You can use this to change the language at any time during the meeting. Interpretation languages available include Mandarin, Cantonese, Spanish, American Sign Language, or English. If you do not need interpretation services, please use the English drop-down option under Listen In. This will allow you to hear interpretation if comments are voiced in a language other than English. As we are waiting for members of the public to join the respective channels, staff would like to note that because of the interpretation services, we would intend to speak slowly and pause frequently to allow for that to happen smoothly, and would encourage whoever will be speaking to please be mindful and do so as well. We appreciate your patience. If you are using the interpretation services, listed below the language choices is an option to mute the original audio. Using this function will make it so you only hear the selected interpreter speaking. You can turn this function on and off at any time during the meeting. For your information, this meeting is being recorded. By participating in the meeting, you are giving your consent to be recorded. A link to the recordings will be posted on the Philadelphia City Planning Commission website. The agenda and meeting materials for this meeting can also be found there. The web address is www.phila.gov/city-planning-commission/public-meetings. Please keep in mind that Q&A is only for procedural questions related to the meeting. Please avoid writing your comments and questions regarding this proposal using this function. Staff would not be able to read your notes to the committee. Committee members, I am going to call on you one at a time. Please introduce yourself and acknowledge that your connection is working. To avoid unintentional background noise, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and to unmute them when you are speaking. Michael Johns.
Morning, I can hear and see.
Thank you. Don Garofalo.
I can hear and see. Thank you.
Thank you. Clarissa Redding.
Good morning. I can see and hear you.
Thank you. Ashley DiCaro.
Hello, I can see and hear you.
Tavis Dockler.
Good morning. I can see and hear you.
And just for the record, committee member Leo Adimondo has recused himself for this project and therefore is not present during this meeting. Thank you all. Members of the public will have the opportunity to comment during the public comment period. This will be opened and closed by the CDR committee chairperson. All offering comments are asked to state their full name and language for the record before making their comment. In the interest of time, we are asking all participants to speak for no more than 2 minutes. Staff will keep a timer and may need to mute you if you go beyond 2 minutes. Additionally, we ask that commenters please avoid repeating what others have stated. We expect to have many people hoping to speak today. Participants who registered in advance to comment today will be called on in the order in which the request was received by staff. Staff will note the next 5 to 10 names on our list of pre-registered speakers in the chat periodically during this time to give participants a sense of when their time to speak is coming. If you did not register in advance of the meeting, there will still be an opportunity to comment. Once staff have gone through the pre-registered list, we will ask you to use the raised hand feature to indicate you wish to speak. Staff will call on those with raised hands one by one to unmute when it is their turn to comment. If you are joining by phone, you may also use the raised hand feature by dialing *9 during the public comment period. Staff will unmute phone users. Comments have also been received in writing. All comments sent before noon Thursday, March 28, 2024 were sent to the committee prior to this meeting. These comments will be included as part of the public record. Before we begin the public comment period today, staff will note how many written comments were received. If you're not able to remain in the meeting to voice your comment, you may provide your comment in writing to cdr@phila.gov. Comments received via email throughout the meeting will also be included in the public record. We would like to describe the order of the meeting for this special review. We will first explain the goals and processes of Civic Design Review. Next, we will explain what it means to be reviewing Civic Design Review for master plans versus Civic Design Review for buildings. Today's review is a CDR master plan review only. This will be followed by a 60-minute presentation of the proposed arena by the 76th Place development team. Staff will keep a timer and may mute the presenting team at the end of this time. After the presentation, staff will offer comments. These comments will include guidance from internal city reviews and from design consultants. The consultants have been retained by the city to share their expertise on the arena project planning and design components. Please note that staff will only note the summary of comments from the first review and the responses from the development team, as the full list of comments and responses has been uploaded to the website prior to the meeting. The CDR committee members may ask informational questions after these comments. After this point, we plan to provide everyone a brief break. The public comment period will begin once we return from the scheduled break. A representative of the coordinating registered community organization, Philadelphia Chinatown Development Corporation, PCDC, will be given time to provide comments and feedback first. PCDC hosted a public meeting on December 12th, as required by the CDR master plan process. Staff will then provide a count of how many written comments were received as part of the pre-registration form and by email. Next, each person wishing to speak will receive 2 minutes to do so. We ask that all commenters please limit your comments to design issues, and please try not to repeat comments previously stated. In the interest of all, presenters from the 76th Place team will be able to respond to questions and comments after approximately every 10 comments. Following public comments, the CDR committee will discuss the proposal. The RCO representative is included in this discussion. The committee will provide feedback and recommendations. After their discussion, since this is the second CDR meeting for this master plan, the committee will only do a consensus vote to accept the CDR committee comments. noted during the meeting. This will conclude the CDR process for the 76th Place Master Plan. As noted, the project will also go through additional city design reviews at a later date. Chairperson Michael Johns will call the meeting to order and announce a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for attending today's Civic Design Review meeting. The CDR committee is convening today to discuss the proposal for 76th Place and Market East. This project is being reviewed by the CDR committee for the second time at the master plan level, as mentioned. The Civic Design Review process is advisory only. However, the applicant is encouraged to accept the results of the review and incorporate the committee's findings into the design moving forward. Civic design focuses on parts of a project that are visible to and accessible by the public. Topics discussed at CDR for master plans include movement of pedestrians, traffic, public transportation in and around the project site, locations for loading and unloading, public access, open spaces, and the overall size, shape, and location of the building or buildings on the site. CDR staff will provide further information in just a bit about the CDR process. I want to take some additional time to discuss the overall process today. As CDR staff has explained, this meeting format allows time for many stakeholders to participate. First, with a presentation by the 76th Place team, followed by comments from the affected RCOs, as well as members of the public. First, please be respectful of both the CDR process and all individuals participating in this meeting. We appreciate the dedication and enthusiasm everyone is bringing to this process. Second, please be graceful and patient today as we are recording and interpreting this meeting in multiple languages. There will be moments of pause to allow time for interpretation services to occur. I want to reiterate that every member of the public will receive 2 minutes to provide comments or ask questions. Please be aware that not every question or comment will be responded to by the applicant team. The committee will allow for the applicant team to respond in regular intervals throughout the public comment period, but there will not be a back and forth between members of the public and the applicant team. If you are unable to stay for the entirety of this meeting but wish to comment, please send an email to cdr@phila.gov. The Q&A and chat functions should not be used to share project comments. During public comment, please only speak to design-related items. The CDR committee will not be able to speak to process questions. Please do not restate comments or questions that other members of the public have already commented on or noted. If this occurs, please note I may ask you to wrap up your comment. Please also recognize I will note when your 2 minutes are up to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. For the development team, please only respond to or answer questions when prompted by the committee. Finally, this meeting is just the second opportunity for the public to participate in a city-facilitated review process. Please note that a project can only be reviewed twice at the CDR for master plan level and cannot be asked back to continue this review after today's meeting. However, please recognize that there will be additional meetings and reviews of this project at later dates. After today's meeting, CDR staff will post the recordings, written comments received, and other information. I will now call this meeting to order and hand it back to the CDR staff to start the meeting.
Thank you, Michael.
Mhm.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Liss, here with Planning Commission staff to describe the typical civic design review process. Next slide, please. Okay. Civic Design Review, or CDR, is a public forum to discuss large development projects. The Committee of Design Professionals and Community Representatives makes advisory recommendations about how these large development projects affect the public realm. The public realm is the part of a development that people can see and access. It includes adjacent public spaces such as streets, sidewalks, and parks. Conditions in the public realm have a powerful effect on the well-being of people and communities. CDR meetings are open to the public. Anyone can attend and comment on the projects being considered. Next slide, please. There are two types of Civic Design Review, or CDR. CDR for buildings and CDR for master plans, which we are here to discuss today. CDR for master plans is less common. CDR for master plans considers a project's impact on a campus or urban area and takes place early in the development process. This typically happens before zoning permit applications are made. CDR for buildings focuses on the building itself and what is close to its site. This review takes place during the zoning permit application process. Next slide, please. CDR for master plans typically concerns the general size, shape, and impact of a project on its site and on the surrounding area. Topics discussed at CDR for master plans include the movement of pedestrians, traffic and public transit, public open spaces, and the overall sizes and shapes of buildings. Next slide, please. There are existing Planning Commission regulations which offer guidance for master plan reviews. These encourage development teams to enhance the city's streets and sidewalks, maximize the utility or usefulness of public and private open spaces visible to the public, promote the use of public transit, ensure that accessibility is integrated into project design, minimize the impact of service and loading areas, create clearly defined pedestrian connections, and incorporate quality public open spaces and pedestrian networks. Next slide, please. Staff would also like to note what happens after a civic design review meeting has occurred. As we've noted, this is the second time this proposal is being reviewed at CDR for master plans. It cannot be asked to return for additional CDR for master plan review. After the development team's presentation, PCPC staff will go through a summary of the first review comments and the applicant's responses. The full list of committee comments and applicant responses is available on our website. CDR is an advisory process. Developers are not required to adopt CDR committee recommendations, but are strongly encouraged to do so. Many developers do improve their projects in response to comments. Importantly, the conclusion of the CDR process does not complete a project's city review process. This project will also go through additional city design reviews at a later date. Next, we will hear a presentation from the development team.
Thank you. Is the development team here and ready to go? And if the RCO representative can announce themselves, and if there's a member from the city council staff here, they can also announce themselves.
Development team is prepared, Mr. Johnson.
All right, thank you. The RCO representative,
Yes, RCO Representative prepared, John Chin here.
all right, thank you. And is there a representative from the council member's office? Okay, hearing none. The development team, you can begin.
Thank you, Chairperson Johns. Thank you, the committee, the CDR team, and all that are joining us here today. Good morning to everyone. My name is Sherveen Baftechi, and I'm the head of design and construction for the Sixers. I'm joined here today by our head of development, Alex Kaffenbaum, Hercules Grigos, and Catherine Mismer from Claire Harrison, along with our design experts, Jordan Goldstein and Alex Chan from Gensler Architects, Anne Marie Vigilante from Langen Engineers, and finally, Trent Lethko from Arab. We are delighted to be here today and excited to walk everyone through the changes we made in response to your feedback.
Can I just make a comment? Can you please maybe slow down just a little bit, because we do have the interpreter, so.
Will do. What we heard from the commissioners and public at the last hearing can be synthesized into three main groups: activation and connectivity. How is the building activated on non-event times? Does it connect at the street level and from a height and density perspective with the surrounding area? Circulation and entrances. Can the design be modified to better address the pedestrian sidewalk experience and queuing pre and post event? Finally, traffic and pedestrian analysis. What are we doing to understand potential impacts of added demand on the area and Jefferson Hospital? We heard you and have incorporated changes that address these comments to help enhance the public realm. And we will continue to do so as the design process moves forward. With that, I'm excited to turn it over to Jordan Goldstein from Gensler and the rest of the design team. Jordan?
Thanks, Sherveen. Great. Let's go ahead and jump in. If we could go to the next slide. So quite a few areas we're going to cover today, and Sherveen highlighted, the main areas that we're going to focus on. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the 4 bullets that are here that are really relevant to the changes since our last submission. So as Sherveen mentioned, talking about the feedback we had from the prior CDR meeting and looking at how we can increase the retail opportunities and also modify entrance locations to really encourage greater pedestrian activity on non-event times and also connecting in with the surrounding context as well. We're going to talk a little bit about sidewalk and entry modifications, as well as how we've modeled the multimodal scenarios that this site presents. And lastly, we're also going to be able to highlight pedestrian auto traffic assessment updates since our last CDR meeting. If we can go to the next slide. So yeah, I wanted to start off and wanted to say that we are excited to be here today. There were great feedback great comments and feedback from the last session that we had. So we wanted to talk about how we've evolved this master plan and also some of the layouts that you're going to see today. We're going to continue to make changes based on the community feedback that we get and continue to go through as we get into the design process, certainly in the coming months to go. So based on the last discussion in December, we made a number of changes at street level, which is where we wanted to start today. So if everyone's reference, Market Street is at the bottom of the page, 10th Street is on the right, 11th Street is on the left. So new retail areas continue to surround the perimeter of the site, opening to Market, to 10th and 11th, but especially since the last conversation that we've had, opportunities to increase retail presence within the site, specifically on the new promenade, connecting the atrium that you see at the bottom that faces out towards Market Street with the Filbert Street connection that you see that's kind of middle of the page. And we feel that that will also connect the pedestrian circulation paths that are going north to south from Market to Jefferson Station, and certainly east to west, maintaining that pedestrian circulation through Filbert, to the Filbert entryways that we'll talk about. So to specifically go through the changes, one to start off with is at the bottom right corner. So we've increased the overall size of the outdoor plaza based on feedback from the last meeting in December, facing Market Street at the front door of the arena. So this is really where you enter that atrium at the bottom right. And the comments were really good about, opening that up more, facilitating movement and creating opportunities to gather at event times and providing a little bit more relief to that urban context of Market Street. As requested, we've also further defined what was previously highlighted as arena operation areas on this ground floor plan. So those areas of operation are including security, space for maintenance, arena support, and office space for arena staff. And then we've also located up to the top left of the page, there was a comment there about the entryway off of Filbert Street from the west, off of 11th Street. So we've pulled that entry back in further to the east, allowing more light, natural light, to the Jefferson Station platform, which is going to remain as previously presented and discussed. So this is that double height space that opens to the platform below. So one area we really wanted to discuss is the further refinement of the public connectors at the street level. And we'll talk a little bit about that over the next few slides. If we go to the next slide. So we believe these connectors will not only facilitate circulation through the site, but really activate the entire ground plane 365 days a year. And just to orient everyone, we have these kind of outdoor areas that you see that are notated in kind of the green color that give way to the larger blue spaces, the Market Street atrium that I previously mentioned, which is at the bottom of the page, and then the larger connection up above, which is really coming off of Filbert with that north to south promenade that you see there. So we believe that these could be focused on a couple of different uses throughout the year. Certainly community-focused events, civic uses, and certainly an asset to the community with being able to use these spaces, whether that is on non-event days or even prior to events itself. The orange color, just to highlight for everyone's reference, that's the existing Jefferson Station on the east and west with its entries and the double height platform that I mentioned on the prior page, the red being the retail spaces. We go to, actually, a couple other quick things. There was some feedback about the east side entry. So one of the things that we've done is we've enhanced the connectivity from 10th Street. So on the right side there, you see a new connection point that comes that is sandwiched between two retail areas off of 10th. This is under that existing bridge that currently goes over 10th Street. That's part of the existing fashion mall. And that retail connection that you see there goes right into that north-south promenade. We've lined that promenade with retail to activate the ground floor, not only during event times, but during non-event times as well. And we think that that additional retail will help support the creation of a more defined place here that is really, activating this ground floor level. Similar to how activity happens at the ground floor, say Reading Terminal Market as an example. We go to the next page.
Just a reminder again, we do have interpreters, so you're kind of moving very quickly, and I understand the timeline.
No problem. I can slow it down.
Acknowledge that. Also, I want to acknowledge that the Councilmember Skula and Sean from his office is also on the line. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Awesome. I can slow it down a little bit. So on this next slide, we wanted to introduce some sample imagery, some precedent images to really convey the type of activation that could occur, in the promenade and in these community activation areas that I mentioned in blue on the prior page. Some of the thoughts that the collective team had were thinking about how do you activate and think about this in a way where it's not just traditional retail, but it's retail that really can present itself and start to integrate with the circulation corridors that you see. So that promenade, for instance, that moves north to south through the site, connecting Market Street towards Jefferson Station, can have an opportunity to have a mixture of food and beverage opportunity for retail. It also creates spaces that create community zones that could be utilized throughout the year, whether that's for indoor farmers market, an arts festival, career fair, community gathering, or similar. If we go to the next slide. So this is a new image of an idea of what that promenade, could be. Again, we're in the very early stages of design, so this is purely a conceptual rendering. But based on feedback and certainly some of the questions from the December meeting about, how do we imagine that promenade? Just thinking about A, taking advantage of the height, and B, introducing more retail that could line either side of that connection through. Just for reference, in that indoor connection to Jefferson Station, that's to the right at the back of the image. So where you see kind of a blade sign there to the right, that is where the Jefferson Station access point is. In this image, you're standing kind of at the Market Street atrium looking north, towards the Filbert Street connection. The Filbert Street connection is really kind of at the end of that promenade. So lining that with food and beverage and retail options, for public use and activity, at non-event times was something that we felt was important. And that certainly is an addition since the last conversation.
And I would just add that we view this as a really good opportunity to bring in smaller vendors that are existing local vendors, small format, maybe pop-up or rotating spaces that allow the existing businesses in the area an opportunity to participate in the space and the activity that will come along with it.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. So our hope is really these changes at the street level create that activation and that engagement that's happening 365 days a year. If we go to the next slide. So in our last CDR session, we heard a lot of feedback regarding the appearance of the arena at non-event times and the concern that it could look like a cold, dark shell. So this is an exterior view of the arena that was previously shown in December. It's taken at the corner of 11th and Market. So you're at that corner and you're looking, towards that Market Street facade, and you're looking, towards the northeast. So it shows what the arena, could look like on an event day and with the level of activation that you're seeing. So in that Market Street atrium, you're seeing the different concourse levels of, the different promenade levels as well. And you're seeing that Market Street atrium. So you're seeing people and activity at all the different levels. And there's a question of, corner retail and how that would be, engaged. The corner retail that you see at the bottom left of the image and also at the far right side would be open to the public, both event and non-event times as well. If we go to the next slide. So this is a new rendering showing the arena during non-event times. The corner retail continues to be open to the public, as well as the interior connectors starting at that Market Street atrium and that promenade that was on the prior image looking through towards Filbert. That is open and engaged and lit. At street level, these areas are still active with the pedestrian circulation, not just at the points that I just mentioned, but also off of 10th Street with the east side connection at 2 different points, and the west side with the connection that's at Filbert that's now pulled inward to the east that was previously mentioned. The upper portions of the arena will not be fully dark, and lighting could be strategically located to highlight some of the form of the structure within. And it could be done in a way that doesn't fully light it, but lights it in a way that pulls out some of the geometry and the fact that there is this arena bowl, within the larger volume. It's also important to note the level of transparency that's with this Market Street atrium. One of the things that we heard and one of the things that we also focused on since the last submission was thinking about that atrium as something that really feels like it is a positive front door to Market Street, and that you have transparency in at the street level, and then also that transparency, continues above. This is something that we felt is, could create more of a welcome front door to people, walking around the building. Certainly very different than what you see at the Fashion Mall in that block right now, which is very much opaque. And then certainly activating and pulling in, whether it's to access that retail promenade or on event times to be able to come in and come up to the arena up above. And just as a reminder, this is a concept of that arena and what it could look like. And the facade of the building will definitely develop with further design and community feedback as this proceeds further. Next slide. This just pulls back. We thought it'd be helpful just to set us in context. This is about the larger master planning. So when we step back here, this is now at the northeast, looking towards the northwest, and you're seeing the arena, and you're also seeing the Market Street atrium that I mentioned in the transparency that's shown. Next slide. Alex, do you want to pick up?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jordan. As Jordan mentioned, we wanted to zoom back out to the city scale to address some of the overall concerns with building massing and urban context. This is a map of the existing zoning districts within our site, with our site outlined in blue there in the middle of the screen. The different applicable zoning districts are shown on the left-hand side of the page. As you can see, our site and all of the surrounding sites as well are zoned CMX5. CMX5 zoning districts have the highest allowable density and the largest range of allowable uses in all of the zoning districts in Philadelphia. It's specifically applied within the Center City area and is the most appropriate district given scale and density of our city. The CMX5 zoning allows for assembly and entertainment uses like an arena or a concert venue. It also allows a floor to area ratio or FAR value of 1,600%. That means that a building could be built by right up to 16 times the size of the lot area. Next slide, please. Additionally, CMX5 zoning regulates building mass and height. This is a contextual height map of all of the existing building areas in that same area as the previous map. The red and dark orange color blocks show the tallest structures currently in the city and their general distribution. Next slide, please. This is a contextual height map with the proposed arena and the residential tower overlaid on the map. CMX5 zoning allows almost 3 million square feet of building by right. We're proposing around half of that. Overall, we are not building out to the maximum developable height or scale that is directly planned for this zoning district. Next slide. And while staying within the confines of the applicable zoning district, there were concerns regarding the massing and location of the residential tower specifically. As part of this resubmission, we've provided 3 additional shadow studies to examine the impact of the tower to the adjacent Chinatown neighborhood. These shadow studies are taken at different times in the day as the sun moves from east to west and at different times of the year. The sun is higher in the sky in summer, which creates shorter shadows cast during the day, and lower in the winter, where the sun is lower in the sky and casts a longer shadow. For each of these studies, you'll see the building shadows of the proposed arena and residential tower in red. And additionally, you'll see the existing shadow of the existing adjacent Jefferson Tower in blue for reference. Starting in summer, you can see throughout the day, the shadow cast largely stays within the directly adjacent blocks to the north. Next slide, please. Next, in the transitional seasons of spring and fall, the shadow extends further north, but primarily is impactful in the mid to late afternoon times. And during these periods, the impacted area is limited to 2 adjacent blocks north of the surrounding area. Next slide, please. And lastly, here's a shadow study in the winter months where the shadows are the longest. As a reminder, the outline of the shadow cast by Jefferson Tower is shown here in blue. As you can see, while there are additional shadows cast from this development, a significant amount of the shadow would reside within the existing shadow cast, minimizing the impact to the adjoining neighborhood from the conditions as they exist today. As previously mentioned, CMX5 zoning allows for the highest density buildings with no specific height limit, 76 places proposing half of the total allowable development. Furthermore, the residential tower is located based on prior community feedback and has been situated to fall within that existing shadow of the adjacent Jefferson Tower where possible. Next slide, please. And while there are additional shadows created by the new residential tower, we believe that this element will be a catalyst for transformation. As a reminder, the inclusion of the residential tower was based on community feedback, with 20% of the units of the residential tower being affordable units. And most importantly, we believe people will want to live here and will further support activation in this area of the city. Next slide, please. To bring it back down to ground level, we also heard feedback requesting additional information on the surrounding sidewalk areas and the overall pedestrian experience. We've included some additional dimensional information on the proposed site plan. We'll address circulation and movement shortly. Overall, the existing sidewalks include the pedestrian area, which consists of the building and walking zones shown here, and the encroachment zone. The encroachment zones vary in width, with the largest located at Market Street at 8 feet wide. These areas would include typical site furnishings, including planters, bollards, bicycle racks, or freestanding signs. Next slide, please. We've included some additional precedent imagery for some of these site furnishing elements. Again, the intent is to provide best-in-market fixtures and furnishing packages that support an elevated pedestrian experience 360 degrees around the site. Next slide. Alex, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Alex. So Anne Marie Vigilante from Langen is going to speak to a lot of the work that her team and she have done on the traffic and transportation impact study. We wanted to provide an information on the work that was done, the ongoing process that is happening with the various city and state agencies in reviewing that work, and some of the background for how we've made some of our analysis to date. And really, you know, I think the main point here is that it's an ongoing process, and it's one that we know is very robust and will be shown by what Anne Marie is going to walk you through here. So Anne Marie, if you want to take it away.
Sure. So thanks, Alex. So one of the important factors we talked about previously regarding our traffic studies for the project was the determination of our project's modal splits. Now, what I'm referring to when I say our modal splits is how we determine what percentage of each of the mode shares, auto, taxi ride share, public transit, or walkers, will arrive to our site. So the modal split we developed was based on recently completed studies for projects with similar arena or stadium land uses and comparable geographical transit accessibility. So basically, we looked at studies where the project was in an urban downtown setting with an abundance of access to public transit, similar to the proposed location of the proposed arena. The studies we did review were the Barclays Center in downtown Brooklyn and Madison Square Garden, which is in Manhattan. Both of these are in dense commercial centers, have commuter rail and subway access directly to their facilities, similar to the proposed arena. We also looked at the Chase Center in San Francisco, California. So this is also adjacent to light rail. It's in a downtown commercial center with commuter rail nearby, as well as it's in close proximity to UCSF's Trauma Center. So after reviewing these studies, as well as working with the various state and local transportation agencies, it was agreed that the modal split for this project would consist of 40% auto, 10% taxi ride share, 40% transit, and 10% walking or other modes of transport. Next slide. So this modal split was used in the analysis of the overall transportation impact study that we are currently preparing for the project. The TIS, as it's commonly referred to, is an ongoing study that is still under review, as Alex mentioned, with both local and state transportation agencies. The study itself provides a comprehensive analysis of not only our vehicular traffic associated with the project, but also pedestrian and transit aspects as they relate to the proposed arena. So as part of the study, we are evaluating an unprecedented 76 different intersections surrounding the proposed arena and are analyzing 5 different peak hour events. We looked at the existing volumes of those intersections. We then grew those volumes to our future year using PennDOT's required growth rate, which is out to 2031, I believe. And then we added our estimated site traffic on top of that to create our future build traffic volumes. So each of those 76 intersections we're analyzing use those projected conservative future volumes. Our conclusion from the report supports that out of those 76 intersections, 75 of them will operate at an acceptable level of service or better in our future build condition with our proposed mitigation measures.
And one thing that is key here is to try and contextualize our added demand in relation to what the city is already handling. And so we hear a lot of, oh my God, there's going to be so many cars going to totally overwhelm the city. And so we wanted to look at what is our added demand as it relates to what's already coming into the city. And on average, the added demand for the arena would be only 1% of the daily vehicles entering Center City. And so while we know that there's active management that's needed, and Anne Marie will speak to that, the city already does and can handle this level of volume.
Absolutely. Next slide. So when we talk about level of service, it's actually a term that is used in traffic engineering to denote the different operating conditions that occur on a given road segment under various traffic volume demands. So it's a quantitative measure that considers a number of factors, including the travel delay you will experience at, say, an intersection when you're sitting there waiting for the light to turn. It is designated in ranges from A to F, with level of service A representing the best operating conditions and level of service F representing the worst operating conditions. So at level of service D, your expected delay is approximately 35 to 55 seconds at a particular roadway segment. Level of service D and better is the acceptable level of service for both local and state transportation agencies. Next slide. So similar to what we did in terms of our extensive analysis for our vehicular traffic, we also did a robust pedestrian assessment. We looked at 45 intersections in the vicinity of the proposed arena, analyzing 690 unique pedestrian elements associated with those intersections. So what I mean by pedestrian elements is the actual sidewalk in the vicinity of the intersection, as well as the corner areas at the intersections where people stand as you wait to cross the street, and the actual crosswalk segment associated with those intersections. So now out of those 690 elements, 687 will operate at an acceptable level of service, D or better, in the future condition with the proposed mitigation measures implemented. Again, similar to the level of service that state and local transportation agencies also assume, this level of service is acceptable for pedestrian elements in urban downtown settings.
And similarly, we looked at the context of how many people are coming for the arena and how does that relate to the people that are already in the area. And so using Center City District's most recent counts from November, the 18,500 people that are anticipated to come for the sold out games are only about 5% of the average daily pedestrians in Center City. And when you compare what that number is today to what the number was pre-COVID, there's only about 83% of the total pedestrians in the area now when compared to pre-COVID. And so once again, what this showed us was the city can and already does handle this amount of people. And when we talk about an arena, it's really important to think about it in the context of the total number of people and not let it get confused with a ballpark or a stadium, which obviously have significantly more people.
Thanks, Alex. Next slide. Okay, so now Trent is going to help us out, and he's going to talk to you about how the level of service as it relates to pedestrians and how that may look or feel as a pedestrian that moves through these intersections and along these sidewalks. So Trent?
Thanks. Thanks, Anne-Marie. As Anne-Marie mentioned before, level of service is a methodology that we use to evaluate how well a facility is performing. When we talk about people and sidewalks, we want to see something a little bit different than what we might want to see on a roadway, in that, level of service A, it's a sidewalk or an area that has very few people in it. Same with level of service B. You can move freely about. But if you're in Center City, that might not be the most comfortable environment, simply because people like to have other people around. So the metrics behind level of service are useful to compare how well things are doing. And when we look at pedestrian facilities and see level of service A or level of service B, you can walk around in an unimpeded way. You might even feel a little bit lonely, especially if you're in Center City. When we start to move into sort of a level of service C or a level of service D environment, then we have more people around. You're still free to move, and you're able to do so comfortably and without any hindrances from the other people who are using the sidewalk or the plaza or the space in which you're traveling. Once we get to level of service E and F, things are much, much busier. It can be quite crowded. With level of service E or F, we might want to see some active measures to help, do crowd control, direct people in the right direction, and things like that. So when we come into a study to look at an urban arena, these are the ways in which we assess how well the arena fits into the urban environment. And we always take into account not just who's coming to our events, but who's also in the area already, because we want to make sure that those who are there today can coexist comfortably with those who are coming tomorrow. So if you just hold that in your mind for now, I'll come back and refer to this at a later time in the presentation. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Thanks. So I'll speak to this a little bit and then pass it back to Anne-Marie again. So there's two slides that we're going to show here around parking. One is in relation to the initial analysis that Langen did for the TIS. And that went and they physically counted spaces, garages that exist, and looked at what's available during our event times, which again are crucially at evening times when based on conversations with the operators and looking at historical data and physically surveying the spaces, we know that almost half of them, or a little bit over half of them, are available. And so within a half a mile or 10 or 15-minute walking distance, there's 29 garages that are present, and for our initial estimated demand of 3,100 parking spaces, there's over 5,600 spaces that are available at those times. And so that is already accounting for a reduction for monthly spaces or spots that are not necessarily available for transient use, and only looking at what might be available for our patrons. And when we submitted this to the city and state agencies, they asked us to go another round. And so if you go to the next slide, what they said was, well, what if you're wrong? What if there's less spaces available than what you anticipate? And will there still be enough parking? And so what they asked us to do was to remove certain facilities like surface parking lots that might be more primed for redevelopment, or other spaces and lots that they know are primed to be redeveloped, and also use a higher background occupancy. And so they asked us to use a occupancy that was daytime, not evening, and pre-COVID, to look at a more conservative scenario. And what that did was it showed that even with that, there are still sufficient spaces within that 15-minute walking radius. They also asked us to increase the number of spaces that we're analyzing, because on review, they realized that we had not accounted in the initial count for employees driving. And so they said, you need to account for your employees driving to the arena as well. So we increased that 3,100 to 3,400. We reduced the number of facilities we're looking at it and reduced the number of spaces within those facilities, and still showed in that downside scenario that there's sufficient parking within that acceptable walking radius. Next slide. Anne-Marie.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. So on top of our proposed TIS, that was, as you heard, pretty robust, right? We are also preparing a transportation event management plan. So now this is an operational document developed and managed in coordination with the city and state transportation agencies, as well as local stakeholders, to help manage the parking, auto, and pedestrian traffic demands related to the project. So the plan is intended to specify the various efforts of communication, patron experience, and event parking and traffic control on actual event days. So it's a living document that we will constantly update due to the changing conditions that we may experience. So some of the highlights of the plan include providing crossing guards and traffic police, variable message signs with direction to parking facilities, grid smart cameras at the traffic signals, which will allow for live monitoring of traffic flow, emergency vehicle preemption at the traffic signals, allowing our emergency vehicles the ability to navigate through the area unimpeded, pre-reserved parking spaces, active wayfinding signage, dedicated ride share zones, as well as some Waze integration. So again, this is just a snapshot of efforts that will be contained in this transportation event management plan. Next slide.
One of the other questions we received last time was for more information on rideshare locations. And so we've worked extensively with Uber to look at the existing conditions that they see with their riders in Center City, as well as what they see down in South Philadelphia at the existing sports complex, and also what they see around the world at all of the other sports and entertainment venues where they are servicing patrons. And so they came up with 3 recommended locations, which are still being reviewed by the city and state agencies. The goal here is to locate them within a couple blocks and close enough to walk, but still far enough away such that you're not having everyone converge on one place, as well as to identify an area where you could have queuing spaces for 10 to 15 cars at a time, such that the rotation and the demand will be able to be met at each of these locations. Next slide.
All right, so we were also asked about location of bus stops and subway entrances and as they relate to the proposed arena. So this is a figure that outlines the existing locations of all bus stops and subway entrances in the general vicinity of the arena there in blue. The existing stops and subway entrances that are anticipated to be relocated are shown in the dashed line type, which are generally located along the project's frontage on Market Street. And the proposed MFL entrance and bus shelter is depicted as a solid green dot. So they're the proposed location of those facilities. The reason these facilities are being proposed to be relocated is to help with providing some additional space for accommodating our pedestrians. Next slide. All right, so in regard to SEPTA's future bus revolution plan, that's what's shown on this slide. A majority of the corridors are expected to host fewer bus trips, which would decrease overall congestion in the area during our event times. Additional, with a reduced number of buses on the street, vehicular circulation would improve, and the number of buses that could potentially be affected by project-generated traffic would be decreased. So based on data provided by SEPTA and PACO and some ongoing coordination discussion, the project is not expected to result in operational impacts to the regional rail, subway, trolley, bus, or PACO lines. And we will continue our coordination with the stakeholders throughout the project and the life of the project. Next slide.
So this is a topic that garnered a lot of conversation, both in our last hearing as well as throughout our 2 years of conversations and presentations. And it's one of the main reasons why we are out here early having these conversations, because we made a proposal, we heard a lot of feedback, and we said, well, let's go back and take another look at it. And so we did, and we think it really addresses some of the major concerns that were voiced. So what we're looking at here is 3 different images of 11th Street. On the left side, you'll see the existing condition. The two red arrows indicate the 2 lanes of traffic that exist today for traffic heading northbound on 11th Street. There's 1 lane of street parking that's along the right side on the western side of that street. And if you go to the middle image, you're seeing the same 2 lanes of traffic that maintain. So this is the proposed permanent condition. So we're not impacting the lanes of traffic at all in the permanent condition. We are extending the sidewalk, which you can see is that blue shaded area on the western side, and taking over the 1 lane of street parking for the permanent condition to provide more space for the pedestrians, which Trent will speak to, but not changing the amount of auto traffic. And then on the far right side is the proposed temporary condition. So previously, we had proposed to close both lanes of traffic on 11th Street pre and post game to allow for the limitation of conflict between cars and pedestrians, and also to provide more space for the pedestrians. We heard a lot of questions and comments and concerns about that. And so we asked Langen and Arup to go back and see what we can do. And so what we're now looking at is a temporary condition only post-game. So pre-game, there is no change. Both lanes of traffic would remain open. Post-game, 1 lane of traffic would remain open, and 1 lane would be temporarily closed for about an hour or so, maybe a little bit less, at the end of the event to allow those pedestrians enough space to circulate. And key to remember is that the post-event scenario is at 10 or 11 p.m. when the background traffic in the area is severely lower than the pregame at the 6 or 7 p.m. We can go to the next slide, and we're going to see the same thing on 10th Street. So again, you're looking at, on the left side, the existing condition for 10th Street. You have essentially 1 lane of traffic at the northern part with a bike lane. And then as you get further south, the bike lane merges with a left turn lane onto Market Street, a through lane, and then a right turn lane onto Market Street. In the middle image, you'll see the proposed permanent condition. Same 2 lanes of traffic remain. The bike lane remains at the north, and then it combines with the left turn lane as you get south towards Market. The throughput lane combines with the right turn lane as you get to Market for the expansion of that sidewalk on the eastern side of 10th Street. And then again, on the far side, you're seeing the proposed temporary condition. So this is post-game and looking at closing 1 lane of traffic for the pedestrian space temporarily, about 1 hour, and leaving that 1 lane of traffic for throughput. Again, this is the 10, 11 p.m. timeframe and only about an hour. So not closing both lanes and not closing them pre-game.
Yeah, and Alex, just to reiterate that either of these situations, the analysis shows that you're looking at level of service Cs or better. So it's not impacting these intersections in a way that we would choose to pick one or the other. We initially looked at it, as you stated, to limit the potential for conflicts between pedestrians and auto. So we went back and reviewed that, and it doesn't have a significant impact. Next slide.
So Anne-Marie and I have been working together on circulation studies for the arena. And one of the reasons why we're involved in this particular part of the analysis is because we have a tool that looks at how people move through the built environment in a dynamic way. And one of the nice things about seeing that is people are much more nimble and flexible than a vehicle or a bus. So people can easily navigate around one another, avoid planners, adapt to crowded conditions on sidewalks. So the tool that we've developed and used all over the world in arenas, sports stadiums, airports, transit terminals, et cetera, lets us take a look at how are things doing and where do we have areas that need improvement and what improvements might help address some of the things that we're concerned about. Earlier, we talked about level of service, and if you look in the upper right left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see a level of service color code from blue to red. Blue being level of service A, red being level of service F. What we do when we run our model is we try to generate maps such as the one you're looking at here that shows us how well are we doing on our sidewalks around the arena. And when I say how well are we doing, it means how well are we doing in conjunction with everyone else who's in Center City before a game or a show is about to begin. And what we see here is that the network of sidewalks around the arena more than comfortably handle the expected volumes of people, because most of it's shown in blue. We're a little interested in what's going on when we see things like yellows, greens, and other colors. And what you'll see at the access point from Jefferson Station and along Market Street at 10th and 11th Street is you'll see that the colors have changed from blue to green and yellow. So we want to take a look and make sure we understand, what's happening in those locations. What is happening at both of those locations is as signals cycle through, people are held, and then they're allowed to cross, then they're held, and they're allowed to cross. So there will be more people accumulating at the crosswalks as we arrive to go to the arena. For the pregame environment, we have a much flatter demand curve. People show up at different times. Maybe you're going to meet a friend for a drink or take your family to dinner. And so we see an arrival profile that works well with everything that we have around the arena. And the other nice thing about this arena's design is it has multiple points of entry. So we have lots of flexibility and we can spread our demands around the arena. And lastly, the plazas create reservoirs where people can wait to enter or to meet people and allow other people who are just walking through the area doing what they are doing in Center City to do so in an unimpeded fashion. So this map tells us that for those pre-game arrival experiences, things work really well, and we might need to pay some attention to our crosswalks during that final hour before a game begins. Next slide, please. And to give you a sense of what this looks like in a specific way, this shows you the Market Street door, the 10th Street door, and the 11th Street door, reading from left to right. And those colors that you saw on the map are now depicted as people. And you can see that as we look at each of the entrances and the quantities of people, that they fit comfortably within the sidewalks provided around the arena. Next slide, please. And with most arenas, what you'll see is a slow arrival pattern and a pretty intense departure pattern because the game is over, the concert's completed, and everybody wants to leave. We all want to leave at the same time. So we would expect to see a much busier sidewalk network around the arena post event. But as Alex had noted earlier, it's at a time of day that works well for us because most of the activities that were happening during the workday or early hours after the workday have concluded. And so there's more space for people to depart. And if you look at this map, you'll notice that at 10th and 11th Street, along Cuthbert Street and at Filbert Street, you'll see greens and yellows and a little bit of orange, which tells us that's a really busy spot. So what's happening there is we have a surge of people who are leaving the Market Street door, moving along Market Street. And so there's a higher accumulation of people. And this also shows us that if you look at 11th Street and 10th Street, part of why we have that nice level of service color map is because we have the extra width provided by those parking lanes that we're using temporarily. So 75% of our attendees are leaving within 15 minutes post-game. And so looking at the arena and the network around it, we'd say this is handling that demand surge extremely well. Next slide, please. And again, to give you a focused look of what that means, those maps in terms of the physicality of people in place, reading left to right, there's the Market Street door, the 10th Street door, and then the 11th Street door and the VIP North door. And what you'll notice in the images is where you saw those darker colors before, like if you look at Market Street on the left, you'll see that there are concentrations of people who have either just left the building or they're waiting to cross the street. And we know within a few moments, those concentrations will flush out as people cross the street or continue on their journey. And you can also see how the plazas in front of the doors and the recession of the doors allows for there to be more room to hold people for doing what you need to do. When you've finished attending a game, you need to find your people and then travel along to the next part of your evening or to go home. Next slide. And Alex, I think I'm passing this over to you now.
Yeah, thank you, Trent. Just to complement kind of everything that Trent just described regarding movement, both pre-game and post-game ingress and egress is sufficiently accommodated around the entire site. This is an updated plan of the queuing zones around the perimeter of the arena. As previously mentioned, the queuing zones at Market and West Filbert have been enlarged to facilitate movement and gathering based on feedback from this group. Each of these primary queuing zones can accommodate a significant amount of pedestrians, while each differ in size. We have included maximum capacities for each of these zones. Using Market Street as an example, the overall queuing zone has been increased to 3,400 square feet, which can accommodate up to 1,100 people. We've also noted that per the pedestrian modeling that Trent just discussed, the study actually projects that there are 75 pedestrians max at peak times in the queue at this location. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, we want to create a best-in-class pedestrian experience, not only for the arena visitors, but for all pedestrians. These updated views show typical sidewalk sections around the arena. Looking at Market Street as an example, we're filling in the existing lay-by lane and maintaining the same sidewalk width as it exists today. The increased building setback on the main entry allows people to gather in the zone and not directly on the sidewalk. And you can see the previously discussed encroachment zones on the left, and along the streets will be bollards, planters, and freestanding signage, as well as areas for bike racks. Next slide. So to pull back out to see the entire development, the site is comprised of a total lot area of about 185,000 square feet. Again, it's comprised of kind of three major components: the arena, the residential tower to the north, and the existing Front Street Bridge. The overall proposed areas of these elements are a little over 1.6 million square feet. The residential tower, which comprises of 395 units, again, 20% of which will be affordable, is approximately 465,000 square feet. The remaining 1 million square feet will be for arena use and program, as well as the retail activation and the public connectors at street level that we discussed. And again, the maximum FAR or floor area ratio for CMX5 is 1,600%, or just under 3 million square feet for this site. We are proposing around 865%, utilizing half of the permitted area available for development. And while there is the ability to build significantly more in the site, we're proposing what we believe is the appropriate scale for both a state-of-the-art arena and given the urban context. Next slide, please. As requested, we have provided additional information on overall arena height shown here in the section diagrams. Again, we'll reiterate that we are still in the early stages of design, and these are subject to change. It should also be noted that the entire arena program will fit within the boundaries of the existing site. And lastly, we wanted to reiterate that we have lifted the arena bowl based on community and stakeholder feedback in forums just like this one. Again, this allows for Jefferson Station to be maintained, as well as to facilitate that new public space and activation at street level. Next slide, please. And with lifting of the arena event floor, Jefferson Station will remain as it exists today. As mentioned earlier, we have relocated the West Filbert Street entry due east and pushed it back to reduce the impact on the existing Jefferson Station atrium glazing and to continue to allow daylight to enter the atrium to the platform below. These changes are still in development with SEPTA. However, these changes have been made, again, based on direct feedback from our last session, and other forums like this. Next slide, and I'll turn it over to you, Sherveen.
Thank you, Alex and team, for walking us through the material. In closing, we'd like to thank everyone for listening today and reiterate and reinforce our commitment to listen to and incorporate your feedback throughout the process so we can create a world-class experience that Philadelphia deserves. Finally, we know that there are lots of other components about this project beyond just the design. I would encourage anyone with questions about engagement, the approval process, economic impacts, or the community benefits agreement to visit 76place.com to look at all the information that is available and to stay tuned for other opportunities to engage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'll turn it over to Planning Commission staff.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Ian Litwin with the Art and Design Division, and I'll be going over CDR staff and city design consultant comments. Staff is conducting this review at the request of the city council person. The site is roughly 4.25 acres, zoned CMX5. Master plan reviews for CDR predate zoning permit applications, and there have been no reviews for zoning compliance or applications for bonuses at this time. The site is presently used as a portion of the Fashion District Mall and the site of the former intercity bus station located on Filbert Street. The proposal consists of a total of 1.6 million square feet, including 1.126 square feet arena, 1,400 square feet of a bridge over 10th Street, and a 465,000 square foot residential tower. The Philadelphia Chinatown Development Corporation held a public meeting on December 12th. CDR staff received confirmation of this meeting on December 15th. Next slide. CDR staff comments include comments from other city departments, as well as from private consultants who have experience in the planning and design of large sports arenas and stadiums. Representatives from the consultants, Convergence Design and Ian Smith Architects, are in attendance today and available for questions raised by the committee. Next slide. This project engages all aspects of the public realm, including public open space. Next slide. I will now go over some site context slide before getting into RCO and committee comments from the December CDR meeting. Next. Staff notes that Philadelphia Center City has more than 100,000 residents and more than 300 years of history. The proposed arena is within walking distance of several well-established residential neighborhoods, including Chinatown and Washington Square West, and is close to significant landmarks, including City Hall, Independence Hall, and historic open spaces such as Franklin and Washington Squares. Next slide. Staff notes that the site is close to several transit options and 2 interstate highways and is above Jefferson Station. Next. Staff notes the site is close to several large destinations with high numbers of people, including the Convention Center, Reading Terminal Market, City Hall, the Fashion District, and others. Many of these places are inward facing in design and do not fully engage adjacent streets and sidewalks. Next. Staff notes the existing street level pedestrian circulation within and around the Fashion District. There are a limited number of small pedestrian plazas shown in green on this slide. However, the majority of public space is located within the Fashion District itself. Next. This slide shows how the proposed arena will extend the pedestrian circulation within the Fashion District and shows how the 3 pedestrian plazas will be incorporated into the pedestrian circulation. Next. Staff notes that several of the adjacent blocks have portions of streets or entire blocks covered by bridges or buildings. These are shown in red on the map. Next slide. Staff notes that enclosed and covered streets result in a variety of pedestrian experiences. Passageways with large opaque areas, lower quality building materials, inactive uses, and inadequate lighting can reduce the sense of connection between different parts of the city. Next slide. Staff notes that the arena will be a highly visible component on the Market Street vista to City Hall. Next. I will now summarize the RCO's comments from the last CDR meeting and the applicant's responses to those comments. It is worth noting that this is not a complete recount of all the comments. This is a summary. A complete accounting of all the comments is available on our website. Next slide. RCO comments are divided into eight overall headings. The first is circulation. The RCO commented that the master plan does not show the flow of traffic and pedestrians between the arena and surrounding neighborhoods. The applicant response is that traffic flow for the surrounding neighborhoods is being reviewed by the applicable city and state agencies as part of the traffic impact study. Pedestrian modeling for the arena entry and exit points has been completed and is included as part of this CDR submission. The RCO also made comments about the residential tower. Proposed residential tower overwhelms properties to the north, especially the businesses immediately to the north of Cuthbert Street. Applicant response is that the residential building was located and massed in a way to minimize shadow impacts given the surrounding high rises that already exist immediately adjacent to the site. Building massing studies have been added, and 76th Place is proposing approximately half of the by right floor area ratio allowed. The third area of concern was impact on businesses. The RCO asked, how will the arena impact adjacent businesses, particularly those businesses close to 11th and Filbert Streets? The applicant response was that it is important to clarify that 76th Place will not directly displace one resident or business. They are repurposing the existing commercial use into another commercial use. Next slide. The next area of concern for the RCO was on sidewalks. The RCO noted that the sidewalks are too narrow, especially in comparison to the Wells Fargo Center. There does not appear to be enough space for queuing. The applicant response is that sidewalks at the Wells Fargo Center range from a minimum of 9 feet to a maximum of 50 feet wide. However, given the distinct site location differences, direct comparison is not applicable. At 76th Place, proposed sidewalk width and queuing areas have been tested for expected levels of service based on pedestrian modeling for the arena. The next area of concern was over retail space. The RCO was concerned that the arena being dark 200 nights per year when there are no events scheduled. The proposed retail program is not sufficient to engage pedestrians on non-event days. The RCO asked, what is the minimum amount of retail space needed to engage pedestrians when the building is dark? The applicant response is that while events do not occur every day, they are designing the arena with public-facing retail that should be open on non-event dates and times. The street-level plan has been revised based on feedback to increase engagement and activation at non-event times, giving people a reason to come through the space. Next slide. The next area of concern for the RCO was parking. The loss of parking lanes on 10th and 11th Streets is a concern. The loss of on-street parking could increase double parking, hinder traffic flow, and harm small businesses in the area. The applicant response is that there is no loss of legal parking lanes on 10th Street due to the sidewalk widening. And on 11th Street, there would only be 10 parking spaces lost. Active traffic and parking management during events via traffic officers, crossing guards, and parking enforcement officers are typical for urban entertainment venues and would be implemented here in coordination with the streets and police departments. The RCO also had questions about the longevity of the building itself and noted that the Washington, D.C.'s Capital One Arena, where the Wizards and Capitals play, is proposed to leave for Northern Virginia. The question posed was what will happen to 76th Place Arena and this site at the end of the arena's useful life. The applicant response is that the arena will be designed to maximize flexibility and allow for future modifications to adapt with changing trends. The site is located in the middle of the city and directly over a major transit hub. When the venue reaches the end of its useful life, it will be redeveloped to meet the needs of the market at that time. Next slide. The last area of concern for the RCO was over the applicant's understanding of Chinatown. The RCO notes that there have been a lot of comments about the arena's relationship to the Chinatown neighborhood. It is important to understand the dynamics of Chinatown, which includes both small businesses and over 5,000 residents. Once Chinatown is better understood, it can inform the project's design. The RCO noted that Chinatown is a cultural hub and not just a destination for food and services. The RCO also noted that many residents own cars, and on event nights, they will still need parking. The RCO also noted that since COVID, delivery business has increased significantly, replacing business lost during the pandemic, and that a lot of businesses rely on delivery services. And lastly, they noted that traffic and parking are at the top of Chinatown's concerns. The applicant's response is that they wholeheartedly agree that Philadelphia is lucky to have such an authentic and dynamic Chinatown, and that they want to keep it that way. They envision bringing the community into the design process once it begins post-approvals, creating space to incorporate art and culture, community use days, opportunities for local businesses to work on and in the arena, and other programs through the proposed $50 million community benefits agreement. Traffic and parking management is key to provide our fans with the experience that they are looking for. The applicant team is hard at work analyzing the traffic and parking alongside the appropriate city and state agencies. That concludes the summary of RCO comments and applicant responses. I will now move on to comments made by CDR committee members and applicant responses, and also staff summary slides. This section will be divided into 3 topics. Next slide. Our CDR committee comments will be divided into the following 3 categories: site circulation and public spaces, transportation and transit access, and building design for master plan review. Next slide. We'll start with site circulation and public spaces. And again, a reminder, these are summaries of CDR committee comments and applicant responses. A full accounting of CDR comments and applicant responses can be found on our website. Next slide. The first area of concern for the CDR committee was over the site selection itself. There were concerns that the site is too small for the proposed program, and they questioned if other sites were considered. A summary of the applicant's response is as follows. Many sites were evaluated during the due diligence process, and this location made the most sense given its size, proximity to mass transit, surrounding retail, restaurants, bars, and hotels. The commercial availability of the site and the opportunity to revitalize a section of East Market Street made this location the logical choice. There are certainly unique constraints to contend with. However, multiple other arenas across the country have been built on similar or smaller sized parcels, such as Madison Square Garden in New York City, TD Garden in Boston, and the Rocket Mortgage Field House in Cleveland. The second area of concern for the CDR committee was on non-event day activity. The proposed arena does not seem to be a positive contributor to the vitality of the city when it is not hosting an event. Non-event days are likely to have few patrons. Non-event activity will make or break a project of this scale. Applicant response is that street level, sidewalk facing retail will ensure the arena remains vibrant, inviting, and open to the public on non-event days. Modifications to these plans have been made based on feedback received from the commission. SEPTA will gain a new front door on Market Street for Jefferson Station. Next. These three comments are all highlighted in green to show that there have been changes made to the plans in response to these comments. First is ground floor design. The CDR committee commented that the interior of the ground floor shows great linkages, but lacks intensity. There is no indication that the planned retail would support the density of use and activity normally associated with interior shopping streets. The applicant response is that street-level modifications have been made, including increased retail, primarily at the promenade. The CDR committee also commented on pathways, noting that public pathways in and around the arena could be improved by strengthening sight lines and connections to local destinations, such as the Reading Terminal Market and Chinatown's business district. The applicant responded by noting that the entrance at 11th and Filbert Streets has been relocated further east, subject to coordination with SEPTA. The 10th Street entrance was adjusted to align with the entrance of the Fashion District. The last comment for site circulation of public spaces made by the CDR committee was about the plazas. The plazas at the principal points of entry are undersized. It is hard to dictate which entrance patrons will use. 10th and Market is likely to have the greatest pedestrian flow. Consider less retail at the corner of 10th and Market Streets to create a larger entry plaza. The applicant response is that the 10th and Market Plaza's depth has been increased by 10 feet. Next slide. This slide shows the ground floor design evolution from the first review on December 19th to the second review today. There are three main changes made to the ground floor design as follows. The first change is that the 11th and Filbert Street entrance has been relocated further east. The second major change is the increased promenade retail space. The third change is that the 10th Street entrance was adjusted to align with the entrance to the Fashion District. Next slide. Pathways and plazas. The current plan includes 8,900 square feet of plaza space. This includes 3,400 square feet at 10th and Market, 3,200 square feet at 10th and Filbert, and 2,300 square feet at 11th and Filbert Streets. This compares to roughly 38,000 square feet at the Barclay Center in Brooklyn and 35,000 square feet at the Chase Center in San Francisco. We've included square footages for some local pedestrian plazas for comparison. For example, the porch at 30th Street Station is 28,000 square feet. The City Hall courtyard at the center of City Hall is 20,500 square feet. And the plaza outside of the first Comcast Center building is 19,500 square feet. Staff recommends a further increase in plaza spaces at major entrances to allow for more queuing space and relief for larger crowds. Next slide. Staff supports the increased sidewalk widths on 10th and 11th Streets and on Market Street, accomplished through the following actions: curb extensions, removal of lay-by lanes, relocation of the SEPTA head house, and the proposed temporary lane closures. Staff recommends the consideration of temporary street closures for the remaining portion of Filbert Street, located east of 11th Street, during events, as noted by the number 2 on this slide. Third, staff recommends extending the 10th and Filbert Street Plaza to the corner of Cuthbert Street, noted by the number 3 on this slide. Next slide. Staff has concerns about the treatment of Cuthbert Street. Staff recommends more information about the design of Cuthbert Street, including ensure pedestrian access is adequate for the arena functions and residential tower entries. Staff asked the applicant to clarify how space will be managed on event days. Staff requests more information on paving materials and curb treatments. And staff requests additional renderings that show both sides of the street. Next slide. We will now review CDR comments from the December meeting on transportation and transit access. Next slide. The first area of concern was over Jefferson Station, which sits below the proposed arena site. The CDR committee noted that public transit connections are an excellent reason for placing an arena at this location, but to make sure that light can still get down into SEPTA's Jefferson Station. The applicant response was that they went to great lengths to modify the design in the interest of preserving and celebrating the station. The event floor was raised above street level to minimize impact on the station, and a new main entrance off Market Street has been incorporated, and further refinements have been made along Filbert Street. CDR committee had concerns over the Market Frankford line head house relocation and asked the applicant to carefully coordinate location and spacing of proposed subway entrance so that it does not hinder access to the Market Street entry to the convention center. The head house design should minimize obstruction of the historic Reading Terminal building. The applicant acknowledged and agreed that the current head house leaves ample opportunity for an improved structure at the new location. The third area of concern was overloading. The committee noted that reusing the existing service access for the Fashion District allows the arena to function using a single existing curb cut on Arch Street. They asked the applicants to show truck turning motions and staging locations for TV trucks. Applicant response was that the Fashion District has underground loading docks that can accommodate up to 30 tractor trailers. That same dock will become part of 76 Place so that trucks can load underground. When the trailers aren't being used, they will be queued off-site, far away from the arena and the surrounding community. Next slide. The committee had concerns over bus transit and noted that bus transit should be considered as part of a larger master plan for this district. They asked if the former intercity bus station at 10th and Filbert could be restored for short-term use. The applicant response is that the impact to bus transit is being considered as part of the master plan. The location and operation of the former intercity bus curbside station is not dictated or controlled by the development team, and that Greyhound determined on their own accord that they were leaving the site prior to the applicant's agreement to purchase the site. The committee also had comments on bike parking, noting that bike commuting in Philadelphia is on the upswing, and requested more bike parking than what is shown. The applicants have responded by noting that they incorporated space for over 120 bikes at the ground level and will also look to incorporate bike racks on the sidewalk in a way that integrates with the pedestrian experience. The last comment in transportation and transit access made by the CDR committee was about street closures. The committee asked, how would street closures affect traffic patterns and rerouting? The applicant response is that they are not proposing to close Market Street. They think leaving 10th and 11th Streets partially open works from a pedestrian perspective. The closure of Filbert Street to automobile traffic has been incorporated into the traffic impact study analysis from day one. This space will be open to non-ticketed pedestrians and the public when an event is not ongoing. During events, it will be limited to ticketed patrons. Next slide. Jefferson Station. Staff appreciates the design changes made to ensure daylighting of Jefferson Station. These include raising the Arena Bowl, moving the 11th and Filbert Street entrance further east, and lastly, staff encourages the design team to further improve access to Jefferson Station through improved glazing, wayfinding signage, and additional entries. Next slide. Staff supports plans to relocate the SEPTA head house west of 11th Street. Staff notes that SEPTA is replacing all of the 11th Street Station head houses and elevators, and that head house design should minimize obstruction of historic Reading Terminal. On the slide in green is the approximate location of the new entrance. Staff notes that it is east of the entrance to the convention center. Next. On loading, staff notes that reusing the existing service access to the Fashion District allows the arena to function using a single existing curb cut on the 800 block of Arch Street. The proposed design requires no curb cuts on Market, 10th, or 11th Street. Staff requests further details on truck queuing locations. Next. On street closures, the design of the sidewalk, curbs, pavement, and bollards will be crucial to making the proposed temporary lane closures work. Staff notes that this concept has not been approved by any city agencies. Next slide. Lastly, we will go over CDR comments on building design for master plans. Next. The first comment that the CDR committee made was on arena massing in bulk. They asked, will the entire perimeters of the upper concourses be able to fit within the property lines? And asked the applicant to indicate the depths of any elements which will project past the property lines, including upper concourses, and signage bands. The applicant response is that the entire arena program fits within the confines of the property lines. There are no elements which will project past the property line besides signage, which will adhere to the current zoning code 5-foot maximum projection for signs above 15 feet. There were also concerns over the Market Street facade. The committee asked, what will the Market Street facade look like during non-event days and non-event hours? And noted that there are challenges animating a glass-fronted building during non-event times, and that the facade needs to be able to give life to the city even when people aren't in the spaces behind it. The applicant response is that this is valuable feedback and it will be incorporated into the design as it progresses. The existing renderings are meant to evoke a concept of what could be. However, the design will continue to evolve and develop. There were also comments made about the arena roof. The committee asked the applicants to pay more attention to the roofscape and asked what the experience will be like for people in other buildings looking down upon the roof. Further, it was noted that this is an opportunity for a big public space. The applicant commented that they agree and envision the roof with plantings, solar panels, and decorated panels and materials to be incorporated. They noted additional security concerns and noted that it cannot be used as a public space. Next slide. There were comments made about the 10th Street Bridge and connections to Chinatown on 10th Street. The committee noted that the low bridge inhibits views to Chinatown Arch and that the 10th Street Bridge could be redesigned to create a gateway to the Chinatown Arch. The applicant response is that they agree that this is an opportunity to create a stronger connection to Chinatown and the Arch through a more transparent bridge at the corner of 10th and Cuthbert. The height of the bridge is not proposed to be any lower than what exists today. However, the ability to see through and connect with what's happening in the bridge from the street and vice versa will be a meaningful change for the better. Lastly, the committee had comments on the residential tower. The committee noted that they were in favor of the housing being included in the proposal. The committee noted that some scale differences exist between the tower and the surrounding community and requested shadow studies and additional perspective views to help understand the impacts. The applicant responds is that they agree with the importance and value of including a residential tower within this project. The site and surrounding area is zoned CMX5 with no set height limits, which has facilitated the development of many high-rise buildings in the immediate area. This context was taken into consideration when locating and massing the residential tower on the site. Next slide. On the 10th Street Bridge, staff notes their support for the large areas of transparency added to the bridge and notes that what is shown here is a vast improvement over the current condition. Staff recognizes that the height of the proposed 10th Street Bridge allows connection to the existing public concourse of the mall. However, if the uses or layout of the mall should change, staff encourages the applicant to consider raising or eliminating the 10th Street Bridge for a better visual connection to Chinatown. Next slide. Staff notes that the proposed high-rise tower is close to a low-rise neighborhood. Staff recommends additional views and shadow studies to understand potential impacts. Next. And on arena massing in bulk, staff request taller entrances or larger building setbacks at Filbert Street entrances on both the 10th and 11th Street sides of the building. These could improve sight lines and the visibility of public connections under the arena. Taller entrances could also help SEPTA's Jefferson Station, allowing for more daylighting and greater visibility from streets. Next slide. This concludes CDR staff comments and observations. The committee chairperson will proceed with informational questions from the Design Review Committee.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Committee members, any informational questions? I'll start. Can the traffic impact study consultant just give us some understanding of their experience and background?
Sure. Are you,
Yes.
so I guess I'm allowed to answer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to start my video here. So my individual experience or Langen Engineering as a firm?
The firm, yes.
So the firm is a multidisciplinary engineering firm with over 50 years of experience. In terms of traffic transportation, we have over, about 50 professionals that have been involved in, the traffic transportation discipline and for over 30 plus years. I myself have been a part of Langen for 20 years this June. I have been practicing traffic transportation in these various traffic studies, highway adequacy permits, Philadelphia Streets Department permits for over 26 years. So we have a very in-depth knowledge of, the working in Center City as well as across the country in terms of traffic transportation. I don't know if you have a specific question or.
That was what. Thank you.
Yeah, and then just to add that we have a specialty practice within our traffic transportation that deals with event management. So we deal with a lot of stadiums, a lot of arena uses across the country in terms of managing event day traffic. So that transportation event management plan that I spoke about in my presentation, we have professionals that do that across the country for major arenas, stadiums, and they deal with it on a daily basis in terms of how to manage the traffic aspect, the pedestrian aspect, and the transit aspect of these types of facilities in these general urban settings.
Thank you.
It's kind of a unique niche that we do have internal to the firm.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Any other committee members? Questions?
Michael, I had a question that's kind of similar on that line, and it really kind of comes down to, can we trust the information that's being provided to us, because we are not experts in, arena design or that kind of impact. So this is really a question for the city and the consultants that they hired. And I really appreciate that they hired these outside advisors to help evaluate this proposal. Have you seen anything today that you don't agree with in terms of the assumptions that were made, or the level of impacts? So I'm kind of asking the other professionals in the room, can we trust the information that's been provided to us and the assumptions that go along with it?
Design consultant teams.
Hi, Michael. Hi, Ashley. This is Alex Smith from CDR staff. We do have, excuse me, the design consultants on this phone call and are promoted. We do not have the traffic consultants for the city, nor the community impact assessment consultants on this call, but we can bring both Kurt Kettenberry and Ian Smith, who should be able to speak to the design related components of their work so far.
Okay, if either would like to speak or both.
This is Ian Smith here. My video is not working at this time, but hopefully you can hear my voice.
Yes.
Okay. I think, within reason, considering how design works, they've tried to accommodate the immense complexity of all the variables that occur when it comes to managing crowds for a dynamic space as such. And it is noted. In order to communicate something that complex, it has to be simplified. And I would say there's, from a point of view of understanding the importance of the impact, that a vast amount of data may still be required in order to confirm and provide the confidence that we seek for, a prominent and effective, working operation for the Sixers arena. I think there are other interests with regard to the promenade and how the promenade might be working in conjunction with event days, where the public interacts with this proposed dynamic promenade. If you are not a participant in the Sixers events, and how that might be increased. The draw of just being nearby this event or this place on event days for fans could be of interest, especially when incorporating food and beverage facilities and other things where participants can convene. That probably concludes my sort of observation.
Thank you.
We also have Kurt. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I too, my video is not working, but hopefully you can hear me. And I would agree with what Ian said, and I won't reiterate the same things he said because he's already said them. But as he said, these are very complicated projects, and I think that the group has brought in the right consultants to help them with their traffic study and so forth. So the information that we're getting from the applicant is good information, and it's done by professionals with experience in this type of environment. The massing, the site itself, the areas around it, and the traffic, and both pedestrian and vehicular. The one thing I would say is that this has come a long way since we first looked at it, and they've done a lot to address the issues and concerns that have been posed by both the public and the committees. So I think it's on the right track, and I think that the site itself is not uncommon for these types of facilities. They're huge facilities that become great bastions for the community, in essence, in terms of the events that they hold and the interest that they bring in that way. So it's pretty exciting to see how it's coming along.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Any other committee members have informational comments or questions?
I guess I had one, since we're on the topic of traffic and circulation. There was a couple slides that showed a temporary closure of one of the lanes northbound, I guess 10th Street. I was just curious how that was effective. Are there like mechanical bollards, or is it just crossing guards are going to be directing traffic, or police sawhorses, or? And also, if, as shown on the image here, there's the hatched area, I guess, is pedestrian. So are pedestrians now walking on the? Is there a grade change, or are the pedestrians walking on a street cartway? Is there a separation between what's now a pedestrian zone and through traffic? So just a little bit of clarification about this. And 1 hour post close there, I got that, but how do you affect this change? What's the experience of a pedestrian?
Yeah, I can take that, Amory. I'll ask you to chime in as well. It's a good question. I would say that the first part around grade change and design of the curb and that is something that will need to be evaluated and still will be eevaluated. I think something similar to what Reading Terminal Market did on Filbert Street to make it easily changed over might be something to look at. There will be bollards at the permanent line that's shown in the middle from a security perspective to stop vehicles from getting past there. But I think it's an aspect of design that will certainly be evaluated at a later date. In terms of the how do you effectuate it? Amory, I'm going to ask you to keep me honest here and chime in, but I think it's everything you said. It's crossing guards at each of those corners. Maybe it's a police car that's at the entry to make sure that it's quite visible. It's temporary barriers that would separate the autos from the pedestrians.
Yeah, Alex, you're absolutely right. It'll be a combination of all that. You'll have movable barriers, as you mentioned, crossing guards, police. We'll work with the local and state transportation agencies, as well as the police department and other stakeholders to make sure that's safe and effective when those temporary closures go into effect.
That's helpful. I would I would say to the degree it can be done with non-personnel or specifically non-police enforcement, it would probably be best. I'm thinking about places that have robust pedestrian environments. You don't need someone telling you where to walk and where not to walk. It's just obvious that there's books, encyclopedias worth of pedestrian management and separation of vehicle and pedestrian strategies that you can find all over the world. So I appreciate that this isn't fully baked yet, but it could be an important aspect of the user experience. You know, you come out of a game, you've had a couple beers, you're on a sidewalk, and now you're on a street, and there are some cars going by, but not where there used to be cars going by. So it has to be clearly demarked with, and you can't rely on people telling you what to do. It has to be super obvious. So just something to keep in mind going forward.
Yeah, and Daniel, again, Langen has some in-house experts that deal with this on a daily basis in terms of event management. So, you know, we're utilizing that aspect of our firm to help with a lot of these details, as you suggested. How is this done? How is it done safely? This isn't the first time it's done, right? So let's take those lessons learned and make it work here.
Thank you. I see John Chen. We're going to take a break in a minute, and then when we come back, we're going to go directly to the RCO comments and public comments. Okay.
Hi, Michael. Just to confirm, John is part of the CDR committee, so if he has any clarification questions,
okay,
I think we should allow for that. But then we can, John, if you'll allow, hold in terms of kind of PCDC's commentary. But if you have any questions, I think please ask them now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I think my question is similar to what was asked earlier, but I want to underscore a couple of things here. So my question is really traffic projections based on some assessments versus practical, real environment operations. So I was in Washington, D.C. last week when the owner and the mayor came to an agreement on the Capitals and Wizards staying in that arena in downtown. The boulevards down there, the streets are much wider than we have along Market Street, 10th Street, and 11th Street. So I guess my question is really, my concern is what's being projected here with the LOSD intersections, which is maybe acceptable by the traffic authorities. It may not be practical in real life operations. I like to see some kind of analysis or application to real life environmental conditions with that, because one thing that the owner of the Capitals had said at that live coverage that I watched was that part of the agreement with the city is that the city will help them deal with traffic conditions and safety. So they've been there a long time in Washington, D.C. That told me right away that real life conditions, they experience traffic problems around the arena. So again, my question is, how do we analyze what is projected and what's going to happen in real life conditions? Thank you.
Follow the team. Any response?
So I can start, Alex. I don't know if you want to weigh in, but one of the things, again, you know, when we look at these studies and the analysis and, you know, the number crunching and all that, you're right. You know, that is a quantitative method of doing it, but there is the implementation and the real life results, right? So that's where the transportation event management plan will come into play, because as these things are put in place, as these mitigation measures are put in place, and as things evolved, we will have the ability to work with this transportation event management plan for those specific areas where it needs extra, you know, to help with real life issues that may pop up as this thing is implemented, right? So the transportation event management plan really is going to be key in all this. And that's typically what's done for these types of projects to really provide the efficient and safe movement of pedestrians, vehiculars, you know, and such throughout these corridors around these particular types of arenas. So that is going to be an important part of all this, and that will be an ongoing living document. And we will be able to address these specific areas that maybe the numbers might show that it's going to work, but in real life, you know, things aren't as, you know, as rosy as the numbers portray. So important part and key part in all this is the transportation event management plan that, again, various stakeholders will be involved in. It won't be just us dictating the there's various stakeholders that will be helping us as this document proceeds to be put in place. So, Mr. Chen, I hope that helps answer your question.
Thank you. Tavis?
Yeah, I have a follow-up on that and then one additional. On intersection upgrade to support smart functions, it looks like, well, I guess, and you may not know this yet, but how do those get paid for and implemented, constructed? Because it looks like a number of the upgrades are, you know, sort of far from the stadium. So I'm trying to get a handle on how that actually becomes part of the project, and does the project pay for it?
I can take that. Short answer is yes. The upgrades that we're proposing will be paid for by us. Mitigations that are proposed as part of the TIS analysis will be paid for by the project.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is, and I apologize, my internet dropped for a minute, so someone may have asked this. Can we get an update on where the studies are for economic impact and community impact? Because I don't think we have those yet, and I don't understand the timeline. It's hard to evaluate a master plan when you're missing major studies.
Development team?
I would have to defer to the city. Those are not studies that we have any involvement in whatsoever. We similarly are waiting for information on the release.
Is there anyone from the city can answer that's here that can answer planning commission?
Hi, everyone. Just want to make sure I see Martine DeCamp.
I figure I can answer this question. So we are still working on final versions of the studies. They have not been made public yet. We anticipate that, you know, I think we want to have a better understanding of what all the studies are saying. And we anticipate needing to translate the studies as well before we're able to issue them publicly. So they're just not available at this time, but we're still working through it.
Any sort of timeline?
We had anticipated an earlier timeline. I mean, I think we were hoping for January, then February, then March. So the deadline keeps getting pushed back because they're very complicated studies and issues. So I think that, I mean, we're working on final drafts at this moment. And we're working on presenting to the administration to make sure the administration is comfortable with them. So, you know, it's hard to give a final date because we keep giving final dates that keep getting pushed back, but I will say we're getting closer and closer. So yeah, I don't have a final date. I anticipate though that it would take us some time to translate when we finally do get the final versions. So I think that it's fair to say that that's going to add another at least several weeks to the timeline.
Thank you. Tavis, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, just an observation that it speaks to a Market East master plan that's incomplete in total.
Right. Agreed. Councilmember Squilla, do you have any clarification questions at this time? We'll of course hold commentary or other comments to after the break.
Thank you. I really want to thank the Planning Commission and the board for having this and going over everything and offering additional suggestions, and looking forward to continuing the process and engagement as we move forward.
Thank you. If there are no other questions from the committee, we can take a half-hour break, 30-minute break, and we'll return here at, what time is it now? Planning Commission, we have a time.
It is
11:45.
So it's 11:45, so we return at 12:15.
Yes, sir.
That sounds good. All right, so we'll return back at 12:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back from our break, and we're going to move into the RCO comment and public comment section of this meeting. So I'll ask Mr. John Chin if he'd like to comment at this time. John? Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, John, can you hear me now? Are you there, John? John Chin?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, yep, we're here for RCO comments, so you're on.
Okay. So we had submitted a written letter of comments for the CDR to review.
We did receive.
But I just want to focus my comments today on a few things in the context of Chinatown. So I really appreciate Mr. Ian Litwin's summary of the comments made previously and the responses from the applicant. There are three components of Chinatown, and the way I describe Chinatown is it's a stool with three legs. And the three legs are the economy, the residents who live here, as well, and the third leg is Chinatown as a hub of cultural activity and celebration. And the biggest concern we have always had from the very beginning and continue to be is the traffic congestion, because that in itself can lead to the weakening of any one of these stool legs. And they all operate together. The economy has almost 300 businesses in Chinatown, and it's a big job employment center for residents who don't speak native English or speak it well. We have 5,000 residents in the core of Chinatown, of which 57% of those who are immigrants, 57% of those who are immigrants, their area median income is at 30% or less. And the third piece about the cultural center that serves Chinatown is that traffic, we have a lot of visitors that come to Chinatown for culture, and the traffic congestion complicates things for people who want to come to Chinatown to celebrate our culture. I will add that this context that we've seen San Francisco and New York City's Manhattan Chinatown, two of the strongest Chinatowns across the country, they've been weakened by the pandemic and still have yet to recover. So I say this to give some context and understanding to the public in the city of why Chinatown is so concerned about the traffic and congestion. Again, so those are my comments for today. And I just want to reiterate what I posed in my question prior to the break, is that if the arena for the Capitals and Wizards are having trouble with traffic congestion and safety, they've been in operation for a couple decades. I am concerned about how the theoretical projections interact with the practical reality that we exist in today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We have the first 10 members of the public that wish to speak to this project. The first member is Harry Leong. If you can state.
Hey, Michael, before
Yes.
we get to public comments, we have a few notes about written comments that were received by staff.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So staff received written comments from approximately 316 members of the public, both via emails and via pre-registration list for today's review. And the full text of the comments will be posted to the Planning Commission website after the meeting. Next slide. And now that the chairperson has asked for public comments, staff would like to repeat some instructions for participating. Next slide. If you would like to access interpretation services, there is a menu at the lower part of the screen. At the lower right of this menu, you will see a button resembling a globe icon. This icon allows you to open a list of language options. You can use this to change the language, including Mandarin, Cantonese, Spanish, American Sign Language, or English. And if you do not need interpretation services, please use the English drop-down option under Listen In, which would allow you to hear interpretation if comments are voiced in a language other than English. All offering comments are asked to state their full name for the record before making their comments. In the interest of time, we are asking that all participants limit themselves to 2 minutes when speaking. Staff will keep a timer and may need to mute you if you go beyond the 2 minutes. Additionally, we ask that all members of the public limit repeating someone else's comment, as we expect to have a large number of participants today. And participants who registered in advance to comment today will be called on in the order in which the request was received by staff. And as you may have seen, the list of 10 first participants have been added to the chat, and we'll do that periodically to give the participants a sense of when their time to speak is coming. And if you did not register in advance of the meeting, there will still be opportunity to comment. Once staff have gone through the pre-registered list, we will ask you to use the raised hand feature to indicate you wish to speak. Staff will call on those with raised hands one by one to unmute when it is their turn to comment. And if you're joining by phone, you may use the raise hand feature by dialing *9 during the public comment period. The staff will unmute phone users. And now we'll get to the public comment through the chat the first time folks who've pre-registered. Thank you, Michael.
All right. Thank you so much for that information and clarification. The first member is Harry Leong. If you could state your name for the record.
My name is Harry Leong.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, and I basically have 3 questions. I don't know if I should ask them all at once and then you respond, or should I just?
You can ask them all at once.
All right, so my first question is a clarification question. So it was mentioned that there's 40% are going to be driving to the city, and out of the 18,500 that will be planned to come, it would be about 7,400 drivers. And on the parking studies, it lists about 3,500 drivers. So that's my first question. Is it 7,400 people who'll be driving in, which is 40% of the 18,500, or is it 3,500? My second question has to do with the closing of 10th Street and 11th Street for single lane traffic. So are you going to account for the people who just want to drop off? Like, oh, I'm going to drop off in 5 seconds. They stop their car. So if let's say 7,000 or 3,500 people have come by and they drop off their passengers, that's whatever, 30 seconds times 3,500 drivers, or 3,000 drivers, whatever number. So is that accounted for? And then my third question has to do with the current site. So the fashion district already has a restaurant area or a sitting area, and some businesses have closed. For example, Chick-fil-A, which is a national brand, has closed. So with the plans for another eating area, how can that business still sustain in the community in the midst of just the daily weekday issues, or which is basically the night activities or the daytime activities when the events are not happening? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions and comments. The next member of the public is Jackson Morgan. You can state your name for the record. Jackson Morgan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yep, please state your name for the record.
Fantastic. I'm Jackson Morgan. I live in Gayborhood on 12th Street, just south of the proposed arena site in the 1st District. I think that there were a lot of really fantastic things proposed here. I love the housing proposal, the retail proposal. Unfortunately, the great things about the proposals in this meeting were not about the arena and feel like they are makeup on a pig, the arena being the pig in this, and that many of these are just trying to cover up the problems that the arena proposes. Um, the traffic studies paint a very rosy picture of the effect that the arena would have on the surrounding neighborhood. But some of the things in the traffic studies I would call into question, particularly the use of places like the Barclays Center and Madison Square Garden, places that have much wider surrounding roads around them and a more supported mass transit system than this arena site. The other thing is that until a study that is independently done and independently funded, I'll stress independently funded, not funded by the developers of the arena, until a study like that comes out, I think that a proposal like this should be considered incomplete. So it's not just Chinatown that has questions and concerns about this arena. It's also Gayborhood. It's also Washington Square West, and with 80% of Washington Square West residents in opposition to the arena, we hope that our voice and concerns are heard.
All right, thank you for your comments. I understand we're having some issues with the Spanish interpretation, Mike.
Thanks, Michael. We just want to make sure we're hearing some feedback in the Spanish interpretation room. One moment while we try to get that figured out. I'm going to jump over. Hi, I'm in the Spanish room. Can you please test with language? Does seem to be breaking up a little bit for folks. Yes, that seems to be a little bit better. Can you try again speaking? Okay, that does sound a little bit better. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, the next member of the public is Jeremy Ablastine. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Jeremy. I see that you are unmuted at this time. You should be able to speak. Jeremy, we will try to get back to you after the first 10. Michael, we can move on. We'll ping Jeremy and see if he can get back to us in the Q&A. Thank you.
Kenny Chu, I believe his last name. Please state your name for the record.
Not seeing Kenny in the audience at this time. Kenny, if you are in the audience, can you please use the raise hand function? Might be under a different name.
The next member listed is George Claflin.
George, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Thank you. George Claflin.
Hi, George.
The changes are improvements. However, that said, they are also so timid that they only reveal that there is no way to rescue this plan because the site is simply too small. It is important to note that even on the limited number of event days, the place is dark until evening. So just when does the new arena add to the vitality of this district? There is a lack of transparency on the traffic and pedestrian analyses, which has been noted. Consultants were not identified previously, but neither are the assumptions nor the software employed. The results cannot be tested or debated without that information, and several important intersections are absent. The master plan drawings conspicuously do not deal with major components of master plans, namely phasing or the impacts on adjacent sites. One might expect a master plan to address the north-south relations, which are critical to Chinatown gaining a presence on Market Street, and protecting Wash West and Jefferson Hospital to the south, or the east-west relations, which are important to stabilizing what is left of the gallery and enlivening Market Street. It does not address these issues. The CDR committee members and the PCPC staff who support them are to be commended for their heroic efforts to bring about robust public discussions, but they are hamstrung by bizarre rules that also facilitate gaming by at least some of the applicants. In conclusion, this is not a good place for an arena, and the arena is not good for this place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next member of the public is Robin Miller.
Robin, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having this meeting. I just will echo what the previous speakers have said, the public, particularly about the parking and what Mr. Leong said about the numbers of parking spaces and 7,400 versus 3,500. Also, I want to say that what was mentioned here is that SEPTA bus traffic on Market Street will be reduced. Isn't that antithetical to the slide showing public transit? Additionally, the desire to have retail and such activities used after the events in the discussion it negates the clearing of sidewalks within 15 minutes. One would hope that people will stay around the building to partake of these retail and food companies after the events. So that's unrealistic to say that the sidewalks will be cleared in 15 minutes. Also, I will again reiterate and echo the comparison to other arenas such as Madison Square Garden being inappropriate because they do front onto boulevards and avenues, which are much larger streets. I live in Roxborough, and on any given day, during the day, getting from Roxborough to Center City is fraught with delays on 76. The traffic studies neglect to analyze the impact that traffic on 676 has on 76 and the knock-on effect further down 76. So these effects extend far beyond Center City boundaries. So I would like to see that study indicating the impact further down the highways than Center City. And I completely agree with Mr. Leong, Jackson Morgan, and Mr. Claflin about their comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next member is William Linton. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, William, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Are they there?
I am seeing William, but I'm not seeing. Yep. Okay. Should be.
Okay. Hey, my name's William Linton.
Yes.
And one question I have is how would everything would the amenities and the fare on SEPTA go up, or will it be on, or will it still stay the same? Because that's what's really is confusing me here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. The next member is Philip Rakita, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Philip, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Yeah, please state your name for the record.
Thank you. I don't have a question at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next member is Ed Gruberg.
Oh, sorry, Michael. I have Robert Ziegler next.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Robert Ziegler, you're right. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Robert Ziegler. I just wanted to thank everyone for their participation in making this meeting accessible to the public. I think what we've seen is the development team has done a great job of addressing the concerns raised in the previous review meeting with the Planning Commission goals in mind. I think it's an example of how the 76ers continue to improve this design with all stakeholders in mind. It's a project that impacts the entire city, as we all know. There have been a lot of bad faith arguments, I think, against this project, but some of the concerns, of course, are valid and should be mitigated as much as possible. I think it's important to remember, though, that there are arenas and stadiums built into downtowns and residential neighborhoods all around the world, and one can work here as well. The reflexive pushback that it can't is disappointing, frankly. This is a private development on a business corridor in the heart of a major city. Philadelphia and Market East need more development and more investment, and I hope we don't let the traditional negative Philadelphia stereotypes surrounding parking and traffic hold back a project that I think could inject some life into a part of the city that really could benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. The next member is Ed Gruberg.
Ed should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Ed Gruberg, and I have a few comments related to two institutions that have not been really discussed at all in all these meetings. And that is the fire station at 10th and Cherry, and the emergency room of Jefferson at 10th and Sansom. Both of these institutions are open 24/7 all year round, and they need to have access so that people who have emergencies of one sort or another have access immediately. And what we hear so far from the Sixers and their people who are working with them is that there may be an hour delay before and an hour delay after this is happening. And so that just doesn't work. You need to have, if somebody's having a heart attack, if somebody's having a baby born, if somebody's house is on fire, you cannot block these particular structures. I don't see why people haven't talked about more about this. Finally, is the flaw in the actual model of traffic. The traffic people have said that each of the individual 75 intersections are independent of each other, which is just wrong from any kind of network theory. No, if somebody double parks the car, if there's an accident or there's a medical emergency, that's going to affect the whole area, and that's going to slow down everything. And so unless they do some kind of a real simulation of the traffic over and over again, when there's expected kinds of random behaviors, this is not going to work. So I agree with most of the speakers before who said this is not really a serious plan for traffic or for protecting the fire station and Jefferson, which are just 2 blocks away from the proposed site.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex, if you can tell me which
Yes, sir.
members we missed because they weren't available.
Thank you. We'll try Jeremy again.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy, let's give that mic a try again. Are you able to speak at this time? Jeremy, seeing that you are unmuted, but not hearing anything at this time, we will try again in just a bit. Sorry about that, sir. Michael, we'll open it up. That's the first 10 names. We'll open it up to the applicant team. You respond?
Yep, we have 10 minutes to respond.
Sure, I'll take a few and kind of act as quarterback in responding here. So, first, I think there was some questions that came around Washington, D.C. and, their current plans to maybe relocate then stay, and the implications that part of their plans to stay are surrounding investments and resources for dealing with traffic. And I think that, that's representative of what we view as an ongoing dialogue through the TEMP, the Traffic Event Management Plan, which Anne Marie spoke to. It's entirely feasible that 25 years after that facility was developed, that adjustments are needed, and it's good to see that they are engaging with the city and the community and the stakeholders to make adjustments. And we would envision doing that as well. Our interests are aligned in this respect. It's important for us to be able to create an environment that works from a arrival departure experience. And one of the main reasons that we've seen fans be disenchanted with the current experience down at Wells Fargo Center, which is based on NBA and NHL surveys, not surveys we've done, but surveys that the leagues do, is the traffic situation and the arrival and departure scene. So this is something that we are aligned with and need to get right for our own sake as well as for the community and city's sake. I would also look to respond to one of the comments around the changes are improvements. However, there's really too limited number of event days for this to have a material impact on the district. And we really view the arena as a building block to a vibrant and mixed use area, but it's not the only solution, and we've never said that. But we think that it can and should be a piece of the puzzle, and with our private investment, it would help spur additional economic activity around the area and develop behaviors and sort of brand recognition for taking SEPTA or taking PACO or patronizing local businesses for folks to do on other times when they're not necessarily coming to an event. I'm going to ask Anne Marie to speak to the comments around the number of attendees versus the number of cars and how that relates in terms of the studies that she did, as well as the closing of 10th Street and 11th Street.
Sure. Thanks, Alex. So yeah, there's a comment about the number of attendees being 18,500 and 7,400 being the 40% of that, the TIS only recognizing 3,500. So what it is that the 7,400 represents people attending the event. 3,500 references the vehicles, right? So our modal split and analyzes, our modal split analysis assumes that each car will have 2.5 people in it, hence the discrepancy in those two numbers. So 2.5 of 7,400 is 3,500. So that's where those numbers come from. I can also speak to the closing of 10th and 11th Street for single lane traffic and how we're going to account for drop-offs. So we have dedicated drop-off for rideshare. We're working on that now. Additionally, our temp will manage the pedestrian drop-off to ensure it is outside the arena block, the arena proper area. And we'll utilize crossing guards and traffic management personnel for those drop-off locations. So that's being addressed as part of the temp. I think there was one more here I can talk to. The lack of transparency on traffic and transportation results cannot be tested or debated. So the TIS has and is undergoing an extensive review by the city and the state, right? It's been over 2 years now with multiple submissions, which continue till today. If you read it, it specifically states the methodology we use to analyze and determine the mitigation measures required for the project. And it's being independently reviewed by the city, state, and their consultants. PED planning was done in Mass Motion, a certified and widely used software platform, following the principles of Huron PED planning. Trinh can discuss that more if anyone would like, but yeah, it's all listed there in the TIS, and it is with common practices and methodologies used to prepare these studies across the country.
Anne Marie, can you also speak to the closures of the streets and the emergency vehicle access and how you're thinking about that?
Sure. Yeah. So we're not permanently closing any streets or roads, right? So both 10th and 11th streets will remain open, both the pre and post game periods. They will be closed for an hour. They will not be closed for an hour, as someone had mentioned. Emergency vehicle routes will not be affected by game day operations. We'll have crossing guards. We'll be able to move temporary barriers out of the way if necessary. And again, I think if you recall in our presentation, we talked about these emergency preemption technology that will be implemented as part of some signals within this area. And they will allow for the flow of these emergency vehicles unimpeded through these areas at all times.
Thanks, Emery. Alex Chan, can you speak to the question about the master plan submission and how that relates to the level of detail included?
Sure. Sorry about that, Alex. I was on mute. Yeah, we've been working certainly closely with an enormous amount of stakeholders, planning included, and have been working hand in hand to make sure that we are showing, the arena and its impact, within the context of the city, and creating, I'll say, the plans and contextual diagrams that go along with supporting really what is kind of 1.5 blocks of development, again, well within right of the CMX5 zoning, and really crafting, that experience and the connections that it forms to integrate it as part of the urban context as it exists today.
Thanks, Alex. There was a comment around other venues not necessarily being comparable, and that there's differences between New York and San Francisco and Brooklyn, and even going all the other cities across the country and across the world. That's exactly accurate. We're not saying that any one city is the same as another, but they all have similarities and differences, and they all have lessons learned that we can pick up from. And I think the key thing from our perspective is we're not the first city proposing to put a arena in their downtown. If we were the first, it might be a little bit different, but the vast majority of NBA teams play in downtowns. I think it's 27 out of 30 NBA teams play in their downtowns, and 20 of the top 20 markets, they're all located in downtowns. And so every city is a little bit different, and we need to pick and choose what we can learn and what's applicable and what's not applicable, but we have the benefit of that and can make this the best project that it can be.
Thank you. There was another question or comment related to 676 and the impact of traffic on those byways. Comment on that?
Anne-Marie, do you want to speak?
Impact on the expressway and the general expressway traffic here.
Yeah, so I think the comment was, how does that interact with, the intersections we study, right?
Right.
Yeah, so when we do these studies, we look at this stuff holistically. It's a connected network, right? Everything's not independent. So when we do our counts and do our analysis and all that, it does take into account what's happening on the major arterials surrounding the area and the impacts to the various intersections within our study area. So that's all kind of built into the network, into the programming and analysis that is provided as part of the TIS. Now, we're not going to say that we're looking at intersections in downtown Roxborough. I mean, that's a little bit beyond the scope, but as those as that traffic funnels through 676 and 95, places like that, it all funnels into our network, and it's all included in our models that we prepare as part of this robust TIS.
Other question was SEPTA, impact on SEPTA rates.
I don't think that's something we can comment on. We wouldn't be able to address SEPTA's fare system.
I think that was it. There was a comment making sure that various voices are heard, including the Gayborhood to the south and Wash West. And I think the other comments, I believe you've hit, unless I miss anything. Alex, did I miss anything?
We've got a couple Alexes, but if you're asking Alex from CDR staff, I believe that most everything was responded to.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Yep, thank you. We can go to the next group of 10.
Michael, I am going to try Jeremy one last time. He has put into the chat that he believes that the microphone is unmuted. Jeremy, are you able to speak at this time?
Yes, hello.
Thank you.
All right, please state your name for the
Yes,
record.
you can hear me.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Feinstein. first off, thank you to both 76 DevCorp along with the CDR committee for doing this process. I think that this is a prime example of what the community development process should look like for a project that could be a once in a generation type project for the city of Philadelphia. So I'm talking in support of this project and would like to highlight a couple of things that really have come about over the last few years through the design process. One being the iterations that the 76ers and have made based on community feedback. Second, I'd like to kind of touch on the idea of the different community groups and neighborhoods that could be affected by this, because this is really a citywide project and everybody in the city of Philadelphia could be affected by this, but also the amount of jobs that will be created can't be overlooked. And one thing to touch on is I'd really like to stop with the stereotype that sports are only enjoyed by homophobic straight people. And when that's brought up, it is very disappointing to hear. So that's not a beneficial kind of back and forth to say. And then really the last thing is there's no place in the city of Philadelphia that this could be located for public transit. It is literally located on top of Jefferson Station. And the idea that people from either the suburbs or Rockledge or wherever want to talk about traffic, this and that, hop on the regional rail. That's really going to be the best way to do that, and SEPTA needs this type of project to be able to continue to improve. So I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak, and this really is a project that can be a game changer for Philadelphia. And if you guys want to kind of follow along, my Twitter is @NextPHLMayor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next member is Liza Yossi, or Yusi, Lializa.
Not seeing them in the chat. We will move on to
Is that Jania?
Jania.
Jania, you?
Also not seeing Jania. If you are in the audience, can you please use the raised hand function? Not seeing them, Michael.
Well, Nicodemo Cologne.
0 for 3. We'll try Vivian. I do see Vivian.
You got Vivian? Okay. Vivian Chang. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, this is Vivian Chang. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all for taking public comment. I think it's appreciated. Although, we have lots of concerns about language access, about the ability of folks who aren't as tech savvy to be able to share their voices, which is a lot of elders in Chinatown. We are also concerned because the translated version of the documents being discussed here weren't available until last Thursday, which was after the period to sign up for public comment. So, it really just speaks to the inability, the exclusion of folks being able to comment on this. I just had a couple questions and comments too. I'm sorry, not that person, a lot of questions. But in the first CDR, there was concern with inward-facing building design. 76 Place has agreed to provide an engaging, quote unquote, streetscape that activates folks. This design is still an inward-facing building design. So wondering, how do these proposed additions actually activate, engage, revitalize Market East? Right, there's going to be over 200 non-event nights. So really concerned about that. In addition, page 18 shows that there's going to be bollards placed for pedestrian safety, but the northwest corner, which is a very well-trafficked area for vehicles coming from 11th and Filbert, doesn't show any protection measures. So just wondering why this was disregarded. And in terms of comments, I think there's been a lot said about jobs, but the Chase Center in San Francisco, which is the most recent comparison of an arena, that was built with only 2,400 construction jobs, and those are obviously temporary. So the Sixers have been saying 10,000, wondering where that gap is coming from. The arena was also proposed in multiple different locations. It was proposed at Penn's Landing. Folks have also talked about 30th Street Station Yards, which would create even more jobs because of the amount of land taken up there. So I think the comment saying that it could only be done in Chinatown doesn't really line up with that. In addition, we've talked about street closures, but Market Street would be a huge egress of folks. And I'm really concerned about pedestrian safety, right? There's no planned closures. There's not really any understanding of how folks are going to get to the L without, like, with thousands of people on the street. That's just going to be a ton of extra folks. Anytime that there's a festival in Chinatown, we have to really work with, our officers and folks who to help close off streets and make sure people are safe. I'm not seeing any
Right. Yep. Thank you so much. You passed your 2 minutes, but thank you so much. We've got your comments. Appreciate them. The next member is that Alien.
Sorry, Michael. I have Deborah Kodish.
My list is different. So you know what?
Sorry,
I'm gonna let you go down the list because my list looks a little different, but go ahead. I don't know.
My apologies, Michael.
So who do we have next?
Deborah, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Deborah Kodish. Thank you for your questions about assumptions and trust. I'm concerned about the impacts on people and vehicles conducting everyday business and everyday life within adjacent communities, and in particular, Chinatown, within the context of the city, as stated. And in general, curious about the lack of attention to what's happening on the north side of the complex. What is the building's relationships to its neighbors to the north? Currently, the aerial views on pages 8 to 10 crop out most of Chinatown. On page 33, there's no attention to what's happening with people to the north or to the south for that matter. There's no circulation view picture on 10th Street looking north. On page 17, above the LED lights, it looks like the northeast side is kind of a blank wall. Is this the case? And I do appreciate the staff request for renderings that show both sides of Cuthbert Street. Given persistent concerns that Chinatown is being put at risk, it would be useful to have the community represented visually in these plans, not ignored or cropped out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Alex, who's next?
Thank you, Michael. I have Jenny Zhang. Should be able to unmute at this time.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yep. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Jenny Zhang. I'm a resident of Chinatown. I also attend church in Chinatown. I just want to quickly mention, like, they keep mentioning arenas in other cities. It's in the case of DC, especially, it's at the cost of the city to keep these teams in their arena. But as a Chinatown resident, I also want to speak about this Planning Commission stated priority of the protection of Chinatown. Again, as Deborah had said earlier, the invisibility of Chinatown in this presentation is wholly unacceptable, but does not appear wholly intentional. Chinatown is an afterthought. It is very much out of sight, out of mind in this presentation. The developers are proposing putting this 23-floor building on top of an 8-story arena that abuts Chinatown's very first business, which is a 2-story row home. Just thinking about that makes my stomach turn a little bit. And there's one rendering which shows the side of the building that faces Chinatown, but this rendering is completely misleading and manipulative. It widens the streets to distort the reality of how encroaching the arena will actually be. And this intentional erasure of Chinatown and the communities concerned is fully unacceptable. And if developers really looked at things holistically, like they said earlier, they wouldn't be proposing this monstrosity of a development in Chinatown and in the heart of our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next member of the public.
Aylin. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing names. You should be able to unmute at this time.
Hello. Yes, my name is Aylin. I'm a resident of the neighborhood, also in opposition to the stadium. My concerns, many have been echoed before me, though in particular, I'm also curious about how will the arena be respectful to the residents in Philadelphia Chinatown to prevent displacement, which has occurred in DC Chinatown. How will the development take into account the impacts that it can have on the surrounding communities and on the livability of those communities? So the diagrams shown in the 76 Place website show a plaza with stereotypical Chinese lanterns and dragons just photoshopped on the wall. but I'm worried about that this is a very shallow understanding of Chinese culture. So I'm curious about how the developers will work to prevent the creation of a development that only honors Chinatown in design only and
Sorry,
disregards
the
the community. In February of this year, a design charrette was hosted in which Chinatown community members shared their aspirations for the space, shared designs that would actually benefit the livability of this over 100-year-old community. And I'm curious what developers have heard about this charrette, which they were welcome to attend and learn from, and how they would incorporate the actual concerns and needs of this living community in this development.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. I just want to note that committee member Clarissa Redding had to step away till about 2 o'clock. So just note that we can continue.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
Just a note also for the record that we still hold a quorum at this time. Next on this list is Deborah Way. Not seeing them in the audience, but if you are in attendance, please use the raised hand function. Seeing none, go to Corey Adderley. Also not seeing them in the nope, not yet. And last for this group of 10 is Arnita DeShields. Arnita, you should be able to unmute at this time. Hi, Arnita, I see that you're unmuted, but I'm not.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Apostle Arnita DeShields, and I am the founder of Go To Prayer Ministries. At Go To Prayer Ministries, we believe in the power of prayer and actively seek to be the answers to those prayers. As a proud native of Philadelphia, I understand the unique challenges of our city and what our city faces daily. Our community is grappling with daily violence affecting both youth and adults. Lives are at stake. I am here to discuss a consistent ongoing peace project. Peace is not a luxury, it's a necessity. We must act now. Could you share your current peace project efforts and our commitment to fostering unity and safety?
Mr. Shields, do you have design comments related to the arena?
Yes, this is pertaining to the arena, and if you allow me to finish, I will.
Okay.
In our commitment to fostering unity and safety, we seek partnerships. Do you have a sponsorship or adoption program for schools? Girls High School presently is in need of $10,000 for their prom.
Okay. I'm sorry. This just sounds like it has nothing to do with the arena. Do you have any comments related to the design of the arena? Are you talking about security or something related to the design of the arena? The proposed arena?
Anita, you'll have to unmute it this time. Looks like it was muted again.
Yes, if you allow me to finish, I was going to give clarification on what I'm saying and why I'm saying it.
Okay, you got about a minute.
Okay, so I was getting to basically referring to what it takes to develop a healthy community. I'm actually in support of the project.
Okay.
So in doing a project such as this, you have to keep in mind there's 8 dimensions of wellness. And with those 8 dimensions of wellness, I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's physical, intellectual, social, emotional, financial, vocational, environmental, and spiritual. And I envision a community center possibly within an arena to address all those 8 dimensions of wellness. Thank you for considering my proposal and questions, and together we can create a lasting impact. Let's build a healthier, unified Philadelphia. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next member.
That was the last 10 for that group, although we did have a number who were not in the audience.
Okay, well, we can give the team the time to respond to these comments.
Thank you, Michael.
So,
Yep, thank you. So I'll similarly start off and then ask some of our team members to come in here. There was a comment around other cities and, costs incurred by those cities to keep the arenas there, particularly in DC. We wanted to highlight that there is no public subsidies or funding being sought from the city for this project. There is nothing that's contingent for the project to move forward for any sort of public subsidies. And so that we feel that's a really important part of our proposal and unique aspect to what we're proposing versus what other cities are being asked to do. I thought there was another comment around the residential tower, and the height of it is not in keeping with the urban context of the neighborhood, especially given the low-rise buildings that are adjacent to it. Wanted to highlight that the site is zoned as of right CMX5 for the highest density development with no height limits in the city of Philadelphia. So this is the exact location where large-scale high-rise development was anticipated by the city planners and is in context with the surrounding area. So that we feel that's an important piece of the puzzle and part of why we chose this site. There was another question around why this site and other sites that were evaluated. And so we did evaluate other sites. And this site was chosen due to its proximity to public transit, as well as retail and hotels and everything else that downtown has to offer, and the ability to revitalize a failing mall and a sort of downtrodden stretch of East Market Street. We think that this site makes sense for all of those reasons, and its commercial availability. And particularly, there was a couple comments about the arena being in Chinatown. And we want to clarify, the arena is adjacent to Chinatown. The Gallery, Fashion District Mall are adjacent to Chinatown, but not in Chinatown. And so while that doesn't diminish any of the questions or concerns that have been raised, we do feel it's an important distinction to make. I'm going to ask Shervin to speak to one of the comments around the bollards and the pedestrian safety measures, and then Jordan Goldstein, if you can look at or address some of the design related comments as well.
That's right. There was a question posed on the northwest corner, and there will be perimeter hardening, as mentioned, all the way around the site in the form of bollards and/or hardened planters. But ultimately, that corner of the site, because there is a portion that is a private street, we'll have to work with PD and using our temp, as referred to earlier, to be able to mitigate that corner and make sure that we have a safe perimeter all the way around.
Thanks, Shervin. I can jump in on a couple of the questions and comments. There was a question about the north side of the site and relationship to Chinatown, also to other buildings that are on the north side of the site. So just to talk about that briefly, we have really wanted to and looked for ways to create connectivity, which is why we also increased that plaza area and entry experience on the northeast quadrant of the site to get greater access outside and also a more community space inside where the Filbert Street, 10th and Filbert Street connection is. And as we go further north, looking at how we can actually take right now, which is very much kind of a back alley scenario with Cuthbert, and actually make that more of a street with an access to the arena from the north side, as well as to the residential tower that's there. There was a question also about the inward facing design. So how does the proposed addition activate and engage the market east? So a couple of things just wanted to point out on that. For us, when we were looking at this as a collective team, even on non-game days and non-event time, we're hoping that the corner retail that's put there on both sides, the Market Street facing atrium with its connectivity directly off of Market Street and its promenade and connection through to Jefferson Station and to Filbert Street, creates a connectivity that really allows some inside out activity, where currently on that site you walk around all aspects of that block and you're not able to permeate through it. So we look forward to, in the design phases, to be able to explore that even more.
Yeah, and I'll just add, there's a connection now from Market Street to SEPTA that currently doesn't exist.
Right, thank you. I think you've hit all the comments. There was a comment around the 10,000 jobs, creation of 10,000 jobs, and a clarification of that. So I don't know if you want to
Yeah,
quickly touch.
yeah, I can respond to that. Our analysis was done through eConsult Solutions, who did a analysis on the initial and ongoing economic impact on both jobs and dollars. They use industry standard methodology, including in-plan software, to come up with a combination of direct, indirect, and induced job numbers, as well as economic impact. So that's where our analysis is coming from, and it's based directly on our anticipated costs and operational activities.
There was a comment about the question of a potential community center.
Sure. Yeah, I can respond to that. I think there was a question about community center in the plans to address community wellness. And, one of the things that we looked at since the December meeting was looking at increasing the space, right inside off of the 10th Street in Filbert area and also in Market Street, and creating larger community gathering spaces that could be used for the different events like we mentioned, whether that was for community programming or for activities that could draw community in.
Yeah, relatedly, there was a question about how the project could be respectful to residents and how the development could take into account the impacts it would have on the surrounding community. And that's a great question. It's something we spent a lot of time on. It's not particularly design related, but it is something we want to respond to. We proposed a $50 million community benefits agreement, which would be the largest in the history of the city, 3 times larger than the next largest. We envision programs within that benefits agreement to help with residential affordability. We've included 20% of the residential units as affordable on a voluntary basis. That's not required as part of the underlying zoning. That would represent a almost I think it's about 20% increase to the immediately surrounding areas in the supply of affordable housing for the surrounding area. And so we envision that program, or the programs within the community benefits agreement, really being key to being respectful and engaging with the surrounding community.
Thank you for your responses. And Alex, where are we with the next 10?
Yes, thank you, Michael. We have Antoinette Holiday. Not seeing them in the attendance. We'll move to Ellen Reynolds. Sorry, still not seeing. About Wanda Miles. I do see Wanda. Wanda, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Thank you. I was saying at the beginning, I was totally against
Please
this
state your name
project.
for the record. Please state your name.
But I'm wavering now.
Oh,
And my comment is not for design, because whatever design problems that there
we need to
design
have,
them right out.
excuse me, we need to have your name for the record. Please state your name.
I'm sorry, it's Wanda Miles. I'm a
All right.
citizen planner.
All right, thank you.
One design issue, and even if you didn't build it here, SEPTA should be doing this, is with the Jefferson Station. People should walk around the city who don't know a lot of areas, because then you can make suggestions, because I can't imagine someone coming to visit in the city and really knowing how to get around. I have a problem, and people know that I'm all over this city. Okay. It's like I ride the bus going down Market Street, and I've had this happen when people are looking for the Jefferson Station, and bus drivers sometimes don't know, because you get a new person on a route or whatever. It's like, it'd be nice if they have a big light sign that points, say Jefferson Station from Market Street, and one from Arch, and maybe one on Jefferson Station that says, "Welcome, you are here, Jefferson Station." Just a little small, minute thing. But as far as design, I think my comments are more for the impact study, about connectivity, and just about the design of Chinatown and how to improve Chinatown. Our Chinatown seems more residential instead of like San Francisco, which is a lot more commercial. And I think in order for them to benefit for 76 Place being put right up against their community, we need to talk about the design of Chinatown and its commerciality and the impact of the Vine Street Expressway on the development of Chinatown. I like to propose some things to go on the north side of Vine Street and rearranging things on the south side of Vine Street. And maybe the Philadelphia Development Corporation can work with the designers of the 76 Place so that we can address the issues that I'm seeing. But I think we put the cart before the horse here doing the design review.
Thank you so much. Your 2 minutes have passed, but thank you so much. I think we got the gist. Thank you.
We'll go to Calvin Williams. Calvin, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Are you there? Please state your name for the record.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Hey, Calvin Williams, Strawberry Mansion. And I do have a slight different take. First of all, I've been a season ticket holder for the 76ers since 1991. 4 years prior to that, I was a partial plan. But the overall footprint of the design has, as it relates to the fan base and the city mental health. Philadelphia neighborhoods and the surrounding communities built the South Philadelphia Pro Sports brand. We filled the seats. The brand is known nationally and internationally under the persona of it's a Philly thing. Now, we know who we are and we know who we ain't. We know that more often than not, we divide ourselves and those that's close, we close people out of our neighborhoods. I'm saying that to say that each other, the neighbors and the neighborhoods are familiar with our history in the city of that. We have taught ourselves this strange sense of brotherly love. Our elected officials know who we are. It's a Philly thing. When we are in our sports complex, we share a strange human bond. We are people that need the sport complex. It is our couch where we go through our drama and trauma experts and our psychological, putting our problems out. Just like we do in South Street and Rittenhouse Street. I want to say the 76ers, we are a dysfunctional family just like our teams are from time to time. Don't break up the family. We are still in therapy, working out our problems as a city.
All right. So your 2 minutes have passed. So I'm hearing that you agree with not moving the stadium. Is that it?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Who do we have next?
Jenny Chen. Should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, everyone. This is Jenny Chen. I'm a community planner based in Philadelphia. I wanted to share, I'm still very concerned that there's very little information in the proposal about the residential tower, and want the developers to answer questions about, what consideration has there been for residents there? Is there going to be a loading zone on Cuthbert Street for the residential tower deliveries and move-ins? And on top of parking during events, how are you going to be accounting for enough parking for residents in the area? The revised plans that you showed today, they have very little detail on Cuthbert Street and what that would look like. The rendering also seems like a distorted representation of how wide the streets actually are. 10th Street is shown to have 4 lanes and Cuthbert Street looks much wider than it currently exists as an alleyway. The rendering on page 30 of the appendix shows Cuthbert Street to be much wider and than how the design actually exists in reality. Additionally, the developers have made a lot of big references to affordable housing. At what income level would those proposed units be affordable for? What is the term, the time length of affordability? It's honestly unacceptable to have the developer team keep making references to community benefits without any actual details. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Who do we have next?
Thank you. We have Scott Mattis. although I'm not seeing them in the chat or in the attendee list. Try Harry Law next. Also not in attendance. Do Sharman Hussein. Sharman, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Thank you so much. My name is Sharman Hussein, and I am a concerned Philadelphia resident. Majority of the residents of this community are opposed to this arena, and I just wanted to raise some concerns about traffic and public transportation. A lot of the respondees are responding to questions while avoiding the real bulk of the matter, which is the estimates that 40% of attendees that are taking public transportation. It just seems like wishful thinking without increasing train frequencies, particularly after the game and going home. Do these studies take into account that public transportation and ride shares to the events will be different than after the game? And according to the map on page 21, it looks like the intersections of 10th and Chestnut and Sampson and Walnut were not included in the study of the traffic flow. That is exactly right where the hospital ER is. Where will buses go and how will they need to be diverted? Why were these intersections not included in the study? They're so integral to understanding the traffic flow. Also, according to this assessment, which I find rather incomplete, 75 out of 76 of the intersections studied will operate the same or better. Which intersection doesn't? I'm particularly concerned about the Market and 10th intersection and all the flows on 10th North Street and south of Market. Lastly, I just want to name that accidents are prone to happen. There might be an accident on the corner of 10th and Market during the hour of the game. And 10th Street is a single lane. How does the traffic light system you're proposing ease emergency vehicle flow function for a vehicle trying to get down on 10th Street? How will you account for the increased vehicle traffic during simultaneous events with the convention center? This is a public safety matter, and I, along with a majority of the residents of this area, are opposed to this arena because of all the public health risks it poses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Alex.
Thank you, Michael. We have Anthony Simkovich. Anthony, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Anthony Simkovich.
Yep, we can hear you.
I have appreciate the opportunity to provide input. I've got 3 issues or questions. First, to build on Arnita's comment and also a photo that was in one of the slides about, looks like it was promoting an arts festival. Any kind of plan to increase non-event day traffic in my minds and integrate the community aspects of it, to me ought to be addressed at some point in the plan. Reaching out to high schools and colleges in the area, which are well renowned for murals and other arts program, and give them a say in the arena, would also help to increase foot traffic in the area. So I'd like to see that expanded on. Secondly was traffic. I think there was a line on one of the slides regarding it would only the amount of arena traffic demand would be like 1% of the daily volume. I think that's kind of oversimplistic. I would want to see a deep drill down on a worst case scenario on a peak period, let's say 3 to 11 on game day, and really do a deep dive to try to figure out what alternatives are available. And for those kind of situations that come out of the blue that I've heard from other speakers today, and use that as a deep drill down. If you can handle that worst case scenario, should be able to handle anything else on any other day. And then lastly, I had a question as to whether the PCPC or the Chinese community had a 5 or 10-year development plan for Chinatown. And if it did, was that reflected in any of the development and design work in the current plan? And if not, will it be? Thank you for asking to participate. Appreciate the all good work that folks are doing here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Who's next?
Thank you, Michael. We have Robert Priviti. My apologies.
You did a good job there.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Robert Priviti. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can
Hello?
hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I want to speak as a public transit advocate. I've been in transportation for most of my career. And if you're going to pick a site to develop, it's this one. It's at the heart of Philadelphia's SEPTA's system. And I keep hearing people worrying about the traffic. Well, we supposedly live in a green city, and we are worried about taking CO2 out of the sky. And yes, there are problems with frequency. Yes, there are problems with security. We need to all come together because I study ridership numbers, and we are in danger of losing this system, which is one of the reasons why I'm in Harrisburg out lobbying for funding. But we can't just worry about funding. The answer to our traffic problems is to take advantage of the public transportation system that we have. And as a New Yorker, I look at the ridership numbers and I'm aghast as to how little we're using it. We need to get ourselves, the answer to the traffic problem is to face facts and fix our transit system and use it. What the Sixers are offering is an opportunity to be a part of that puzzle. It's a lot of other cities have put stadiums next to the convention centers, and it's going on in place after place across the country. So I would like to see the Sixers continue on this effort, and certainly the traffic concerns raised by others, particularly people who use the term practical reality. Well, that kind of hints to me that we just can't see ourselves getting out of our car. And I think it's important that we try to find ways to figure out how to make the transit system work. And yes, the comments about keeping the buses movement are important. But I think what the Sixers are trying to propose is a solution because it takes advantage of the fantastic public transit system that we have in this town that needs to be used.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Yep.
Michael, we are going to try Perry Law one more time. They should be available. Perry, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name.
Perry Law. So my concerns revolve a little bit about the transport and the way SEPTA is being moved. Because I noticed that the bus shelters on Market Street were going to be moved down to another street, and that definitely has like a big impact on the elderly and the disabled and just folks with mobility issues getting around, having to go like just walk further when it's already a challenge to navigate our SEPTA system. I'm also was a former educator in the Philadelphia School District, and the school that I worked for is directly where our students were coming from Chinatown, and they would walk through Market and like where this proposed arena is being built, and all these other things. They would like have to walk through those areas to get to the school over a mile. And I'm just kind of concerned about how the construction over 6 years or longer and how those effects will affect my children that are walking to school and the safety around there. Also with the constructions that's going on for over a period of time, like how does the air quality affect like the youth and the elderly that are all a part of this like very active community that live there? And this was brought up a little bit earlier as well, about how the developers are giving land to the city that they purchased, but it's a way of avoiding property taxes. And I'm just extremely concerned about how the arena will avoid paying any property taxes that the school district like so desperately needs. We're so desperately underfunded and need so much support that I'm just concerned about like this being a way of getting out of paying like their fair share of taxes. And I don't know, I'm just overall very much concerned about the effects on the neighborhood where my youth and my community all live. But thank you for hearing me out today.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Was that it for this group?
Yes, Michael.
Okay.
That was it for this group. Thank you.
The development team can take a couple minutes to respond to the issues and comments that were raised. Both positive and negative.
Yeah, Shervin, do you want to start with the first ones around wayfinding signage and SEPTA?
Definitely, yeah. We keep touching on the point and trying to emphasize that we are trying to make the linkage between Market Street and SEPTA Station. So there will be a robust wayfinding signage all around the arena, and in particular Market Street, and also find an elegant way to create the signage that's needed for directionality to the station itself.
There was a comment around, 1% of average daily traffic is a bit misleading, and we should really be looking at the worst case scenario. And that's a fair point. We did do that. We also looked at the total volume of cars coming into Center City during rush hour, and how does that compare to our anticipated arena demand? And when you look at it in that capacity, our demand is only 8% of the total amount of cars coming into Center City, into and out of Center City during rush hour. So once again, it is a manageable level of cars. I think there's constantly a misconception with our project that we're talking about an Eagles game or even a Phillies game where there's going to be 40,000 people or 60, 70,000 people coming to the downtown. And it's really important to remember that it's just not an arena. A basketball arena is significantly smaller than those two. Anne Marie, can you speak to the?
Yeah, I could.
Question?
There's a couple there that I could speak to. Someone mentioned out of the 76, what was the one intersection that did not operate at level service D or better? And that's actually at the 9th and Race Street intersection. And how we'll address this, again, is through the TEMP, where we'll have active management, whether it be crossing guards, traffic police, and various other instruments to help with that intersection during game time operations. So that will be addressed in the TEMP. I think someone else also asked about the parking, the residential tower, and some information on that. So currently, the residential parking is proposed to be situated underneath the building. Access to it would be off of Cuthbert Street between 10th and 11th. And we are currently providing enough parking per the required zoning. Others will be contracted with other parking operators as they typically do in the city. So not all 395 units will own cars either, right? So the TIS already assigned the entire residential parking demand to the other parking facilities included as part of our parking study. So we've accounted for approximately 182 overnight residential parking demand on site.
What about residential loading? That was brought up.
Residential loading. Do you want to grab that one, Alex?
Move in, move out.
I can address that.
Jordan, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I think there was a question about just how residential loading would work, and loading right now is basically towards the northwest quadrant of the site off of Cuthbert, and there's a load in, load out, as well as a parking in and out from that area.
And I think there was one more comment that I could address quickly about the safety study. So our TIS does have an entire section devoted to safety study. We looked at crashes at the various intersections and how they are, the type, the location, things like that. That's all included in the traffic index study that's being prepared and circulated through the submission process.
Thanks, Emery. There's a couple I can take here. One was again about the details of the CBA. So trying to stay focused on the design here, but would encourage folks to look at our website for components of that community benefits agreement that we envision. We're in contact with the city and stakeholders citywide to garner feedback on that, and it would be a legally binding document. There was also a comment around the bus shelters and moving the bus shelters and how that might impact the elderly or mobility challenged individuals. So wanted to highlight that there are 3 bus shelters that are proposed to be relocated. Of those 3 bus shelters, they're all on Market Street between 10th and 11th, and they're proposed to be relocated 1 block east or 1 block west. And all of those buses currently stop at that block already. And so, what's important to think about also is who is coming to those stops, who would be using them. And with the mall going away and the arena coming in, the distance, 1, is not too hard, but 2, those buses are already stopping immediately adjacent. We're not talking about relocating, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks away. There was another comment about our structure is a ploy to avoid paying property taxes, which is just not true. The arena will be paying a pilot, and that's in line with every other sports stadium in Pennsylvania and in the city. what happens down at South Philadelphia right now for all the other venues. We will definitely be paying our fair share. It will be structured in compliance with the state statute for how that is done, and it will be part of the overall tax impact of $200 million to the school district and $800 million to the city. So, and those numbers are just looking at the direct what's happening on site and not contemplating what's happening off site. So there's even more that's coming to play here that's not being contemplated in those numbers. Jordan, can you speak to the comment about the renderings and just kind of the view and how that's used? Because I think that's come up a couple of times.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a couple of different, renderings, I think. So I'm not sure exactly which one was referenced, but just to speak to them, all, for eye level views, we, as a collective team, we're trying to get as much as we can into the image. There is no intent to distort anything. It's basically the camera lens of the digital camera for that view. So, at the eye level, we're taking them as close as we can to like a 5'6" ground level. For aerial views, we are trying to, as accurately as we can, depict the context of the city in context with the new, proposed development. So that is, there's no, to get everything into the lens, that is what's being done, but there's no, intended distortion.
All right, thank you. Did we miss anything? I think there was a question on income levels for the affordable housing and timeframes. That was the only thing, not design related, but if you want to speak to that. And also if you can just give your website one more time so people know where they can go to get the information on the project.
Sure. The website is 76place.com. You can find it easily via a quick Google search. And in terms of the AMI ban, so those have not been defined yet. It will be subject to continued conversations with the community and the city stakeholders. But it is something that will obviously be defined and will be part of the entitlements. And I think the key thing to think about here is one, it's 20% of the total unit count. Two, it's voluntary. It's not something that we're required to do, but that we've chosen to do. And three, the definition of affordable housing as it relates to the percent of the household's income being spent on housing related costs being no more than 30%.
Gotcha. Thank you. Alex, what's the next group?
Thank you, Michael. Start with Alan Petty. I'm not seeing them in the chat. We'll move to Teresa Garcia. Not seeing them in the chat. Go with Jenna Osman next. Jenna, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hello,
Hello, please state your name for the record.
my name's Jenna Osman, and I have a question about how crowds will be handled as they pour in and out of the arena, particularly how they will get across Market Street. I live in Washington Square West, and I really can't tell what this plan will mean for my neighborhood. So I'm curious if you anticipate crowds flowing into Market Street, especially since 15 of the parking lots that you mentioned in your plan are south of Market. And if so, if crowds are flowing into Market Street, like how will that affect bus routes and cars? It feels telling to me that on page 24 of your plan, the images for pedestrian levels of service, they're clearly New York City sidewalks, which are much broader than Philadelphia sidewalks. And I'm just wondering why your images aren't depicting actual Philadelphia sidewalks. It feels a bit misleading. So it's just really hard to tell how pedestrian circulation is actually going to function based on the documents that you've given us. Thank you.
Okay. Who's next?
Thank you, Michael. We'll try Cynthia Hoy, I think. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Cynthia Hugh.
Mhm.
So my question is, do you have plans for activation of streets other than the block on which the arena is situated? And how does this master plan help activate the south side of the 1000 block of Market Street? If we're talking about, trying to reactivate this part of Market Street and we're saying that it's a dead zone, how do you plan to activate the whole part of the 1000 block of Market Street? Also, according to your stats, 10% of attendees are expected to use rideshare. How does the rideshare drop-off zone on Chestnut work between 10th and 11th Street as versed on page 28? Will you be getting rid of parking there at particular times? And do you anticipate lots of double parking in each of these zones? Chestnut is already chaotic due to rideshare pickups and drop-offs at the bars in the blocks between Juniper and 12th Streets. So how will cars get to that block for drop-off or pickup? And this block abuts Jefferson. So will parking be removed from the other two drop-off points? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We'll go with Marisa Shaban. Should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name.
All right, my name is Marissa Shaban. I'm with the Washington Square West Civic Association. And as you may have seen, the board of the Washington Square West Civic Association has declined to take a position on the project at this time. Over the past year, we've engaged stakeholders and delved deeply into discussions regarding the 76th Place Arena proposal, and we've shared the results of a survey that we had put out, which revealed that 75% of respondents are opposed to the proposed arena. This data, while perhaps not fully representative of the entire community, speaks volumes about the sentiment within our neighborhood. After reviewing the CDR package that was sent to city planning, this updated design doesn't effectively change the concerns of Washington Square West. There is a concern that the LOSD rating for traffic flow is the bare minimum of acceptability, and the intersections that are performing below LOSD are in the Washington Square West neighborhood. It is unclear if this is worse than it is today or the same without the actual traffic study results. Adding depth to the sidewalk is great, but what is the plan to temporarily block traffic lanes for pedestrian safety to safely and efficiently accommodate the 75% of 18,000 visitors who will be exiting the building in the first 15 minutes after the end of a game or event? The Washington Square West Civic Association, along with all other stakeholders and policymakers, look forward to seeing the completed research studies and their analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Next is Charles Ramirez, though I'm not seeing them in the chat. We'll try Meredith Klassen. Meredith, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi, Meredith Klassen. I'm a Sixers fan. I'm an Old City resident, and I join my neighbors from Washington Square West, the neighborhood, and especially Chinatown in opposition to this project. Someone very early today asked about if we can trust the information. I think that's an extremely valid question. I think there is a lot of information missing, and what has been provided is misleading. For example, the Brookings Institute in 2022 released an analysis stating that in these types of projects, large sports arenas in urban areas, property values within 3 years actually dropped 10% within a mile of the building, and the affordable housing that is promised to go along with it ultimately displaces the low-income minority community that it's planned to support, and that population is then replaced by high-income white professionals. Additionally, there seems to be some practical logistics that are left out. For example, the PACO stop is at 8th and Market, but a PACO train can only hold 152 people. So I'm not sure where all of those people will be standing. If you're driving east on Market, you can only turn, you can't turn left until 5th Street. So everyone's going to Old City. If you're getting on 95 South, you're driving all the way to the end of Market. If you're trying to get on 95 North, you're hopping up to Race and Front. So there's going to be a ton of traffic going through Old City, and I feel like those intersections have not been examined. additionally, just overall, even stating like a farmer's market when you're next to Reading Terminal, career fairs when you're across from the convention center, these things seem like you really don't understand the area, the neighborhood. And there's a lot of concerns and a lot of work and a lot of transparency that I hope will be provided.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. We have Mary Yee. Should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mary Yee. I'd like to first point out that the peak hours, that is the times actually when the games happen, are dinner hour in Chinatown. And when these happen on weekends, that is the games, those are peak times for Chinatown visits. So not taking into consideration the economic impact on Chinatown is a deficit. But I want to say, first of all, that the traffic impact study, the revised version, has not been made public, although we have asked for it. We asked for it at the first CDR community meeting. That has not been released to the community. And if the Sixers are so confident about their economic study, could they please release the e-consult study so that we can see to what degree that the assumptions seem to be realistic and that they are taking into account hidden costs to the municipality, as well as other externalities and substitution effects. Now, there was a statement that there were no street closings imminent, but actually Filbert Street is being closed. The other thing about zoning is it's true, as of right, the Sixers could put up that residential tower. But what it says to me is that the rezoning was not complete. In other words, I would say we need a zoning change there so that we don't have that kind of impact on Chinatown. Someone spoke about greening. If we're worried about greening, then we should look at adaptive reuse for that site, not demolition and construction anew. Around traffic, I have some comments. One is I agree with people who've brought up this issue of the intersection of Vine Street with the Schuylkill Expressway. As many of you know who live around Philadelphia, it doesn't take anything to jam that up and back it up. So if there's something going on with a convention center and there's something going on, say with a projected arena and a car breaks down and something else happens, it'll be a total mess. And nothing can happen construction-wise at that intersection because geologically, there's no room to do anything else. That was the way it was when it was first constructed. The other thing is Cuthbert Street has a very narrow courtway and sidewalk. So I'm not sure how realistic it is to think that they can widen Cuthbert Street and make it usable for the so-called residential tower.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Your 2 minutes have passed, but thank you for your comments.
Okay, next is Nita Patel. Not seeing Nita in the chat. Go to Nate Malway. Nate, you should be able to unmute yourself at this time.
Hi, I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Nate Malway. I work in Old City at Motor Design Shop. It's a smaller architecture firm. And I think there are a lot more answers today. I still have more questions. The 76th place team responded to one of CDR's concerns with the economic impact by stating that the proposed arena will not directly displace any businesses or residences, that it's just a commercial property becoming a commercial property, but I think this sort of sidesteps the concern. There was a recent economic study and impacts published in, I think it was NPR, Architect newspaper, and the Inquirer by Dr. Arthur Acklin, chair of real estate at the University of Washington. He estimates $1 billion loss in tax revenue from the indirect consequences of the arena's location on the current site. And I really hope that the Parker administration critically examines this data. The most conservative estimate is that it's just going to be $250 million lost and displaced, or I should say indirectly displaced businesses and residences. But I think beyond that, just looking at some of the data today, Alex Koffenbaum emphasizes that the total arena usage would be 5% of average daily pedestrians in Center City. I think that also doesn't really address our concern that we're not looking at daily averages, we're looking at all those people at the same time in one location, which of course is accounted for in the movement studies. But I think even there on slide 22, Anne Marie noted that the Philadelphia streets and PennDOT do not accept LOSE, but it looks like LOSE is predicted at every street corner after every game for pedestrians. So I don't know if these units of measurement are the same. If so, wouldn't that lead reasonable analysts and designers to accept that this is just a bad site for the development? But thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Who do we have left?
Michael, that was it. Excuse me. That
Okay.
was it for these 10. I do want to note that John Chin has to leave, but we will promote Sophia Sophia One for PCDC moving forward to sit on the committee, if that's okay with you.
That's fine. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. John, thank you for your time today. Appreciate your attendance.
Yes, appreciate it. Thank you. And the development team, if you want to respond to the comments that were raised.
Yeah, Trent, can you take a first pass at the questions and comments around the crowd, pedestrian crowd?
Sure. So when we look at a post-game or post-event dispersal pattern, we generally will expect to see people to pretty much, not surprisingly, leave the way they came. And so since much of the parking that might be available to us in the parking scenarios that were shared earlier will determine what is that crowd flow going to be. And we do have 3 points of exit from the arena as a result of the porous plan. So we'll see a lot of folks moving most likely to the south of Market Street if they're drivers, which, reminder, those are about 40%, but those 40% are sharing cars with an occupancy of about 2.5 people per trip. Then we're going to see another group who are going to public transit. So that'll be heavily skewed towards Jefferson Station. Some of it will be on Market Street buses. And so to the comment about, if we're seeing level of service E, shouldn't we do something about that? I think the response to that is that those colors that we see on slide 35 indicate a level of congestion that results from the flows moving across Market Street between 10th and 11th and the flows coming out of the building, which can be managed in a number of ways. It's a very short period of time. It's 15 minutes where this condition is seen. And when we get to crosswalks, the reason we see accumulations at crosswalks that indicate there's a higher level of crowding is because when we arrive at the signal, we have to wait until we have the signal to go. There will be a lot of people needing to do that. As Anne-Marie had indicated earlier, there's going to be a traffic management plan associated with all of this, and it's likely there'll be some staff support to ensure the safe movement of people across the street when the signal is given for them to proceed. But overall, the network has sufficient room for the people that are expected to be leaving in that egress period, partly because the arena, given its size, is a good fit in an urban environment. I think it's important to remember, Alex already said this isn't a football stadium. It's not a baseball stadium. It's an arena that often, when these are in downtown environments like this, one of the most attractive features is that public transit. Because I would note, one of the pluses also commented on earlier is Jefferson Station has had a significant drop in patronage since COVID. And this is one way to build a new market for that. And we're very conveniently located right next to Jefferson Station. We have Market Street transit routes. So one of the things that can come from a traffic management plan would be more encouragement of using public transportation and more utilization of that mode, and a shift in moving from driving to transit over time. So I hope I've answered all the questions, but if there's anything they also need to speak to, I'm happy to do that now.
Thanks, Trent. There were a couple of questions which I'm gonna put together, which were around the various analyses that we've done, economic impact or TIS, and some other analysis done by third parties. So the economic impact analysis as well as the TIS have all been submitted to the city and state agencies for their independent review. We're following their processes in terms of how that works, as well as allowing their independent consultants to review the analysis. One key point of the economic component is, we've submitted to them, what we view as our construction and operating assumptions that allow them to provide an in-depth analysis. One of the recent studies referenced by the professor out in University of Washington just kind of simply looked at the zip code as a whole and said, well, what if 2% or 5% or 7.5% of businesses in the entire zip code just simply close? What would that look like? And so it's really not an apples to apples comparison of economic activity, or one that really takes into consideration the particulars of the arena. There was a question around the rideshare at 10th and Chestnut and how would you anticipate that working? So working closely with Uber, they looked at the potential curb length, the queuing space, how many cars they think is necessary for an individual space. There's about 500 plus feet of curb length that would be able to be utilized for queuing for the cars. It's about 10 to 15 cars on average they kind of roll through based on their demand. There was another comment around plans for activations in Center City that are not just the arena block. So key is we're going to be partners in the portion of the mall that will remain. So we'll have a vested interest in reimagining that mall and re-tenanting it and bringing it to life and making it outward facing in the same way that we've talked about doing so for the arena. And would hope that along with our arena and associated development would again act as a building block and a catalyst for additional economic activity in the area. It's one of the only areas on Market Street that's got boarded up retail and parking lots that have been there for 25 years. So we think this could be a very much well-used building block. Anne-Marie, you want to speak to the
Yeah, I could chime in on a few of them. I think there was a comment on Cuthbert Street being very narrow. So our current traffic and pedestrian modeling does show that Cuthbert Street width is adequate for our proposed development, including the residential tower. So we'll continue to look at that and monitor it and make sure that whatever we're proposing there does continue to work with our modeling. I think there was a comment about level of service E is proposed at multiple intersections. That is not correct. What I had stated is that there is only one traffic intersection that will operate less than D, and that was the 9th and Ray Street, as I mentioned a little while ago. In addition, there are 3 pedestrian elements, so 3 out of the 690 that will operate worse than level of service D or better. And I think Trent just addressed that in his comments previously. And then lastly, I think there was a comment regarding Old City and why it was excluded from the analysis. So Old City was not part of the study area. The study area has been vetted by local and state transportation agencies. It is what we were required to model as part of this study. And really when you get down to the intersections in old cities, they do not exceed the projected generated vehicle screening threshold. So there's just not enough proposed traffic generated by our site that would impact those intersections to include those in the analysis. So that's why that was, that's why the study area doesn't extend further down. But again, very important to note that has been vetted very closely with state and local transportation agencies in determining that study area. I think that was it for me, Alex.
Right. Thank you. If that's I think that was it. Alex, what's our next group?
Yes, sir. Just want to pause just for a second. We have approximately 25 additional members of the public who have pre-registered. After that time, we will go to the raised hand function for those who registered for the meeting but did not select that they would wish to speak. So we will still have time for others who are not on the pre-registration list to speak.
Yeah, and
additionally, if you would like to, sorry, Michael, I was just going to note, as is on the screen, recognize that this is a very long meeting. If you would like to, we will also allow for submitted comments to CDR phila.gov, and those will be posted to the Planning Commission website after the meeting. If you are no longer to attend the remainder of this meeting. Thank you.
Right. And also, I just want to reiterate to the public that wishes to speak or comment on this project. If there are comments that you're planning to make that they've already been made by other folks that have called in or have written in, please refrain from that and just only, comment on items that have not been previously addressed. Thank you, because this is a long meeting, and I think that the development team has provided significant answers to a number of issues that have been raised. So if we can keep the questions to not repeat questions would be great.
Thank you, Michael. Our next 10, we'll start with Eli Storch, who I'm not seeing in the chat at this time. We'll go to Katie DeSanto. Katie, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Katie. My name is Katie DeSanto. Thank you for taking the time to have this meeting today. I work at a historically significant, independently owned and operated small business that has been in Chinatown since 1952. We've been in our current location, which is 0.2 of a mile away from the proposed arena location, since 1981. In fact, there was a photo shown earlier during this meeting of a truck load-in bay that crosses a busy pedestrian sidewalk that I and our clients and visitors use every day. There was no consideration made during this meeting for the safety or traffic issues that would happen due to that. But anyway, we've seen lots of changes over the years, but no threats as stupid or careless as this arena plan. I know the applicants think they're doing a good job, and I get it. They have a boss to answer to, but for us, this is a literal fight for our survival. I already emailed several questions and concerns regarding construction, demolition, interruption to vendor and delivery schedules for local businesses, blocking access for existing staff and customers to our local businesses, so on and so forth. And I hope that I can trust that these concerns will be thoroughly addressed in the online meeting notes and will not be left to rot in the ether. So I won't be repeating those questions. I do have other questions. Echoing an earlier statement by Jackson about the lipstick on a pig regarding the added retail and alleged community space, it kind of seems like the applicants involved are truly careless about the neighborhood they want to develop, and this does not inspire faith in their ability to be responsible stewards growing forward. Frankly, the redundancies I'm seeing in their plan should be obvious to anyone. After demolishing the existing retail and entertainment spaces, such as the AMC movie theater and Round One Arcade, the street level retail in this new plan provides no additional benefit or jobs beyond what already exists. Also, in regards to these community spaces for alleged pop-up uses, I think they said they were suggested for, the convention center is already available for these purposes. And also, are the applicants saying that the community will be allowed to use these community spaces for free? If I wanted to have a pop-up art fair, can I just use that community space for free? Or would I be required to pay the 76ers for use of that space, further adding to the profits in their pockets?
Got you. Thank you so much. Your 2 minutes have passed, but thank you so much for your comments, and they've been duly noted. Thank you so much. Who's next?
Thank you. Go with Bill Beck. Not seeing them in the chat. Go with Tremaine Relaford. Also not seeing them in the chat. We'll go with Daryl Watson. Not seeing him in the chat. We will go with Jim McDonald. I do see Jim. Jim, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yep. Please state your name for the record.
Right. So, first of all, I'd like to commend the committee.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh, my name's Jim McDonald.
All right.
City resident my whole life, a big Sixer fan, and all the sporting events. And I kind of understand where the gentleman was talking about South Philly and all, but you guys are doing a great job listening to the public. I wish more people in support of it would be on this particular hearing here that you're having. I just see nothing but positive things out of this. I see a ton of construction jobs coming out of it. There'll be a ton of work for people after it's done. The people that seem to be complaining the most will probably benefit the most. Chinatown's going to benefit tremendously, and everybody else that all the other businesses will benefit. And personally, I have 2 kids that live up in Boston, and every time I go to Boston, I try to make it when either the Celtics, the Bruins, or it's baseball season, because they have Fenway in the city, and they got TD Arena where the Celtics play. And I'll tell you what, the energy in that city when there's a game, most people walk to the events. You know, they'll take public transportation so far. Like my one son has a condo in Boston. His friends all come to his condo, they hang out for a while, and then they walk to the events. So people that live in the city are going to have a ton of friends that want to come down and hang out with them before the games and everything. There's just so many positive things. I hope you guys do this more, get more insight. I hope people that support this will come on these things and give some positive notes, because we hear a lot of negative things. But it's great that you guys are answering the questions and are concerned about the public. You know, I think that speaks volumes for the 76ers and how you're going about this. So all the best, and thank you for letting me voice my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. And I just want to note that our committee member Clarissa Redding is back. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you, Michael. Welcome
Alex.
back, Clarissa.
Yep.
We have next on the list is Barbara Dowdall. Not seeing them. Luella Tripp. Also not seeing Luella. We'll go to Ruth Kalinka. Ruth, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, my name is Ruth Kalinka. I'm a Center City resident, Washington Square West, very close to this project, and I've been involved in the Chinatown and Asian American communities in Philadelphia for the past couple of decades. Also a very avid public transit rider. I have many concerns that echo what have been shared before. And I wonder if any of these designers, planners, or decision makers actually live in the city, like downtown, in the heart of all of these things that we experience every day and every night. I am concerned about the sunshade studies. They don't take into account the 360-degree impact of how that a building on a different side is going to impact the other buildings nearby, the view or the light. Rideshare is totally underestimated in this. They've only spoken with Uber, not Lyft, not taxi drivers. And many people do not feel safe or comfortable in SEPTA's public transit. A lot of young people, especially, and that contributes to noise pollution in this area as well, because when the bars are active, there are people on the streets, but also there's cars honking because traffic gets totally congested. Everybody who has spoken about traffic has pointed this out. The economic impact of having jobs created in this facility, nobody who works in that level of job can actually afford to live downtown with the prices. I understand that it's out of scope to address what is affordable in this conversation here, but I agree with the others who have mentioned that previously. I don't think that it makes sense as an affordable thing that is actually adding to the residents who live here, because basically the people who would have those jobs can't even afford to live in the city. Saying that it's in Chinatown versus adjacent to Chinatown is just wordplay. The property line literally touches the first business in Chinatown. So it is a next door neighbor, and it is when you have a neighbor, that is a relationship that is much more than just adjacent or outside Chinatown.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Who do we have next?
Thank you, Michael.
Thank
We
you.
have Jamie Luck. Jamie is in the audience and should be able to unmute.
Hey folks, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jamie Luck. All right, so I have a number of concerns with the proposal. I'm going to try to limit it to just the ones that haven't already been covered. First off, I want to focus on public transportation. So on page 20 of the proposal, there is a description of the modal splits with a comparison to New York City. This basis on New York City seems unreasonable on face value and when you dig into it. New York City has a daily ridership of 5.6 million people, and SEPTA has a daily ridership of less than 500,000. So the proportional absorption of thousands of people into the transit system is not a simple comparison. The underlying system of SEPTA is quite different than that of New York City's metro, and it's not clear what the studies this data was based on. So we'd definitely like to hear more transparency about that estimation. Also, I want to focus on page 21, saying that anticipated arena demand is only 1% of the average daily vehicles in Center City. This doesn't really give much detail about what they mean by average daily vehicles. Are we talking about cars that use 676 while traveling through Center City? Are we talking about just a specific area of D1, or are we talking about a larger area of the city? We need a lot more clarification because this basically means nothing when you're saying that 3,500 to 4,000 cars will be in Center City. We also need more clarity on that same number for pedestrians too. I'd like to echo the concerns of previous people on this call about the impacts to Jefferson Station as well. Jefferson Station clearly needs work in terms of signage, as a previous person said, but that's not going to be helped by blocking off a large area of the block and crowding the area with pedestrians that can't fit into the undersized areas for pedestrians to queue. Also, I'd like to focus on the parking impacts in Center City too, which is going to be very essential for handling the people driving in. The proposal claimed the use of all available lots and parking garages. Has every lot on the map agreed to participate in this? How will municipal vehicle parking be impacted? Those garages are also being considered in the proposal, so we really need answers to these questions to understand what sort of impact this is going to have. Speaking of parking, we are losing 10 parking spaces, but that estimate does not include the impact from all of the employees of the arena parking as well. What if other development happens nearby and some of the surface lots that we're talking about disappear? There's really not much margin of error here, and if we go too far, the area is going to be crowded with cars, and the impact is going to extend far beyond the area that was considered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, that's it for that last group. I know we didn't have a number of attendees available, but
that's fine. If the development team would like to answer or respond to the comments, and if there is information that you've already sort of responded to, but want to make some more clarification, that's okay, or just relate to your webpage for additional information.
Sure. I'll start with one of the more recent ones around SEPTA and PATCO's ability to handle the anticipated ridership. So we've spoken with SEPTA and PATCO extensively in regards to the amount of patrons that are anticipated to use their system, and both of them have no concerns whatsoever about being able to absorb the riders that we're talking about. It's really a drop in the bucket from their perspective, the amount of people that they move on a regular basis. They do this regularly down in South Philly for a much smaller contingent, just in terms of the fact that there's only one line that goes there versus every single major line in the city and the region that passes through this location. But we have and do continue to engage with them on a regular basis. There was another comment which, Trent, I'm going to ask you to speak to the average daily vehicles coming through Center City and the use of the replica data and kind of how you came to those numbers and what you're looking at, because I think that will be helpful.
Yeah, so that number was just trying to put into context, the quantity of vehicles that are going to be coming to Center City before a game and to try and set it in the context of, the wider transportation environment. So Replica is a data provider where you can obtain real-time data from in-vehicle devices as well as other devices that regularly transmit travel information. And then you can take what they call a coordinate or draw a line around Center City and say how many people are coming in, how many people are going out, what proportion of that total is the total coming to 76th Place, or the proposed development. And so when we see that the numbers, what that tells us is that the numbers are such that a grid network such as the one that we find in Center City can absorb the number of cars that are going to be coming into the downtown. The dispersal of the parking garages that we saw earlier in the presentation is also helpful because it means that people are going to be going to different parts of Center City before they park their vehicles. And as Alex had just noted, and as other people have noted, there's a lot of capacity in the transit system. And it is over time, as people learn how to use the system to come to events, it's quite possible that that could be a more important modal solution and fewer people would be traveling by car. And I think that'd be something that we would all consider a success. And I know that's something that MRE would be working on in the traffic management plan that they're going to be putting together.
Thanks, Trent. There was a question about what happens if the surface lots disappear and how is that incorporated into the parking analysis. So that was that second slide that I showed. The city and state agencies did ask us that same question. They asked us to look at what happens if you remove those from your analysis, and is there enough capacity with those taken out? And the answer is yes, there's still 10,000 spaces within a 10-minute walk from the area, which is comparable to what folks are walking down in South Philly now. It also includes employee parking. That was another comment that the agencies made to make sure that we address that. So that is included in the additional or the subsequent submissions and analysis. And then I'll take one more and regarding the community use of the space and are we going to charge for it? So both, the use of the arena in terms of the actual event floor and as well as more sort of communal gathering spaces at the ground floor are envisioned to be provided free of charge, and when those details would be outlined in the community benefits agreement in terms of how to go about reserving it, when, et cetera. But that would be something that we would do without charging. Sherveen, I want to talk about the loading, arena loading and how that was contemplated.
Yeah, I think there's just the clarification there. I think the comment was we didn't take the loading into account in the presentation. Actually, the loading is as it exists today for the current fashion district, where enter and exit off of Arch Street before you get to 9th Street. So all of that will continue westward underground to the arena block itself. That's where all the loading and unloading will take place.
Sherveen, I can jump in and take the ride share comment. Someone spoke about it only including Uber and not Lyft and other taxis, etc. So it's important to note our overall ridership trends and submode splits are reflected in the TIS and our approach to rideshare locations around the site. It's not simply just one source, like it's not just simply Uber or Lyft. So it's indicative of all the rideshare locations reflect the ridership trends and submodal splits in the area. Alex Shin, I think there was a comment about sun studies. Maybe you can hit on.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Anne-Marie. I think the concern or the question that was raised was about the sun studies, its impact to Chinatown and the neighboring buildings. We'll reiterate that again. This is one block off of Market Street. This is CMX5 zoning in really the densest part of the city that's allowable for development. As we stated, the location of that residential tower has been taken into context with feedback that we've gotten from the community, and again located as much as possible within the shadow of the existing Jefferson Tower that exists today, that really, is as tall or almost as tall as the residential tower, and casts a very similar shadow today.
Thanks, Alex. I think the last comment was around SEPTA and, safety of the program and, whether or not people will actually take it. And, we recognize and agree that there's a lot of work to be done to make that system more safe and reliable, and that there will be a behavioral shift that's needed from how people currently get to games and events down in South Philly. But based on what we've seen for other events in Philly, both at the convention center for the auto show and the flower show, as well as at other cities across the country, we know that it's possible, and that the additional revenue that would be generated for SEPTA and PACO would provide additional funds for them to keep the system safe, clean, and operable.
Right, thank you. Alex, is there another group?
There is one more group, and then we are going to just go quickly through names that have not were not in attendance. We are seeing some folks that are now in attendance that we called on previously. So we'll start with this next group. We'll start with Sandra Strands. Sandra, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name.
Hi, Sandra Strands is my name. I would like them to clarify how many full-time, year-long jobs they will be creating at the arena itself. They've talked about 10,000 jobs, but that's not year-long at the arena. So how many jobs will the arena itself be creating? Because it's displacing all of the jobs that the current retail and bowling alley and movie theater and all of that. And secondly, 40% SEPTA usage seems really high and optimistic, especially as they've just admitted that it's going to take time to come up to that number. So I would like to see an impact study of parking and traffic and pedestrians with a much lower number that's probably more realistic, especially at the start. You're going to have 7,000 people descending on SEPTA's Jefferson Station. That seems unreasonable, especially seeing it's going to be the last train out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go with Howard Van Buren. Not seeing Howard. We'll try Tyrone Patterson. Not seeing Tyrone. We'll go to Adam Shantz. Adam, you should be able to unmute at this time. Seeing Adam in the audience, although he's not unmuting, we can circle back. We will go with G. Lee. You should be able to unmute. Hi, G. I see that you are unmuted. Are you able to hear us? G, if you could use the Q&A function, we will try to get your mic working. Moving on, we'll go to James Giorla. James, you should be able to unmute. Sorry for botching your last name.
I can't hear them, Ben.
Oh, James, we can hear you.
I can't hear them if they're doing that.
James, you're unmuted and we can hear you at this time.
I don't think he's paying attention. We can go to the next.
Okay, next on our list is Kevin Huang. Not seeing Kevin in the audience. We'll go to Laura Williams. Not seeing Laura. We'll go to Chadwick Smith. Also not seeing them in the chat. We'll go to Oscar Bisart. Not seeing Oscar. Okay, sorry about that, Michael. We recognizing it's getting later in the afternoon, we will.
About the next, you got the next group?
Yes, yes. We'll go to Pastor Carl Day. Not seeing Pastor Carl. Go to Linda Truong. Linda, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting today. So my name is Linda Trung. I just want to basically echoes everyone's opposition on this matter. I just want to have like the stakeholders to make sure that they're addressing more of the community's concerns and definitely more research on traffic flow and parking issues that may occur in the immediate neighbors that's affected in the city as well. That's all my comments for today. Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Linda. We'll go to Ping Jiang. Not seeing Ping. Okay, Michael, if you'll allow, we'll go quickly through the names that were previously on. We'll start with Kenny Chu. Kenny, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Kenny Chu, born and raised in Chinatown and a Chinatown community member. Apologize for not being there when my name was called earlier. Was just speaking to some Penn graduate students of city planning and design about how terrible this arena is. I have a few concerns. I'm concerned about everyone working at the Fashion District who have a 9 to 5 to count on, who can come to work 5 days a week during the year, while this arena will be open a few hours on the 100-ish days that the arena will be open. I'm also concerned about how they'll fill this arena on non-Sixers game days. Seems like they can't fill the Wells Fargo despite the Flyers and the Sixers playing there. And we have numerous venues already that cannot fill up their seating throughout the year. Just to hand off to the CDR committee, city employees, and 76 place applicants when considering this project. Just want you to ask yourself if you want this arena next to your community or your house. And if so, I encourage you to call your council member and try to ask them to move the 76th place to your community.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Michael. We'll continue to go through the list. I'm just kind of searching in the audience for folks. If you are in the list below, I'll read off some names, including Eliza Yusi, Janaya Yu, Nicodemo Colon, Deborah Way, Corey Adderley, or Antoinette Holiday. If you're in that group, can you please raise your hand? Seeing none, I'll continue. Reynolds Ellen, Scott Mattis, Alan Petty, Teresa Garcia. Seeing none. Nita Patel, Charles Ramirez, Eli Storch, Bill Beck, Tremaine Relaford. Seeing none. Barbara Dowdall, Luella Tripp, Howard Van Buren, Tyrone Patterson, G. Lee, James, I believe we did that. Kevin Huang, Laura Williams, Chadwick Smith, Oscar Bisart, Pastor Carl Day, Ping Jiang. For folks still in the attendee list, if you are on either of the last two lists within the chat, please raise your hand. If not, we can allow for folks to raise their hand and we'll go through them next. Okay, seeing one hand raised at this time. Oh, I do see G. Lee, Rebecca Larkins. All right, we'll start going through these now. We'll go with Kiana Shedrick. You should be able to unmute at this time.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiana Shedrick. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for both the presentation today and the one previously, I think was back in December. I attended both. And to both presentations, I offer the following. First, I want to echo the sentiment from the committee member who requested the economic study. having gone through 2 meetings now, that's information that needs to be considered and should be discussed. In one of the slides, they detailed 687 points of pedestrian engagement, and that's an acknowledgement of heavy foot traffic in the downtown area. With that being said, the design doesn't provide in any way for any type of proactive street engagement. On that corridor where I think they are calling it plaza areas, and I'm requesting like a specific breakdown of what a plaza area includes, there's no connection to that Filbert Street area where Reading Terminal is. And I think the one big miss that this project offers is that I don't know how many hundreds or even maybe thousands of square feet that exist on the roof space that's being unused. If this were really truly an offering for the people, there should be green space on the top. We have a model in the city that is amazing and works well at Sierra Green, Sunset Social. It's amazing how they use that roof and make it available to the public for free and cost-driven events. That's something that should be considered. Sorry, my phone just closed. And on the previous, I said green space on the roof. In the previous meeting, a gentleman whom I don't remember his name, but he spoke about the wall of glass at the 10th Street entrance, and he had passion around the birds, and I didn't hear that addressed in this meeting at all. Any mitigation for the glass, if anyone looked into the glass that protects the birds, that's a significant concern, and what that would do to people just to see birds dying. I mean, if what he explained in that previous meeting could take place, just the foliage of dead birds downtown just is a horrible vision. So I think that should be considered. And lastly, just to the point of the green space being omitted, and
Two minutes,
just
2 minutes
two,
have passed. Your 2 minutes
just,
have
just
so
2 seconds.
so-
It
so-
just seems
so
like every
that's,
opportunity
we're going
they
to
pass for community engagement.
We talked about community engagement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your comments. And as a matter of fact, I believe there is some green space on the roof. Not the entire roof, but I do believe that they did show some green space on the roof. But thank you so much for your comments, and we appreciate your calling in. Thank you.
Next raised hand, we have G. Lee. Should be able to unmute at this time.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Lee. Thank you. The 76ers have stated that there will be 150 events.
State your name for the record. I didn't get it. Did you state your name for the record?
Yes, Gary Lee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The 76ers have stated that there will be 100 events every year at the proposed arena. And 41 of those events are supposed to be basketball games, which leaves 109 other events for concerts and the like. But has any study been done about whether that is an accurate number, considering that Comcast has stated that it is building its campus to be able to accommodate other events and improve the desirability of Comcast being the venue of choice for other events? Also, since there was an article in the Inquirer that stated that there will be problems loading certain trailers onto the third floor of the arena, the proposed arena, and that kind of problem will not exist at the South Philadelphia Comcast venue. Is there any consideration of whether that will impact the number of events, concert events and the like, which will be choosing the arena rather than the Comcast venue? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
We'll move to Rebecca Larkins. Rebecca, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name.
Hi, thank you. It's Rebecca Larkins. Something I just haven't heard explicitly said, I think it's been addressed in some ways, is I wonder what the data is for those folks who don't want to come downtown. We've obviously talked about traffic and safety and parking and things like that, but I don't think that that is representative of folks who want to avoid Center City, and that's why they're comfortable going down south to the Wells Fargo Center. I know I have a lot of friends who don't want to drive downtown. They don't want to search for parking and walk, 15 plus minutes through traffic and cross streets and things like that. Particularly, as previously noted, a lot of games do end late at night, such as after 10 or 11 p.m. So a lot of people aren't comfortable with public transportation, but I want to particularly highlight some vulnerable populations. I think women, especially those with smaller children, teenagers or young adults who their families wouldn't be comfortable with them being on public transportation or downtown late at night by themselves. A lot of people are familiar and comfortable with the Wells Fargo Center because it is easy, on and off 95. They know exactly where they're parking. They know exactly how much it's going to cost, things like that. So again, I understand the project is anticipating a lot of these aspects of the concern, particularly safety, traffic, and parking and things like that. But I think we need to demonstrate care and consideration to those vulnerable demographics so we don't lose the ability to enjoy and participate in sport and other activities that could happen at the site. So whether that's rounding out more of the information that's available on the website, or I'm looking specifically for data. I don't think it's been addressed demographic specific information as it relates to these different areas of concern.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Move to Judy Stepanski. Sorry for botching your last name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, hi, I'm Judy Stepanski. I'm a Philadelphia resident, and I'm also a member of the leadership team for Bird Safe Philly. And we're the ones that are involved with the Lights Out project, turning off Center City building lights at nighttime. And I do want to address the glass issue. You will probably remember several years ago in October, there was a huge bird kill where thousands of birds, or over 1,000 birds, were found dead on the sidewalk. This was a foggy night. We have not had another incident like that, but these bird kills do continue every day during migration, spring and fall. And we have volunteers that go around and pick up the dead birds. And some of those may still be alive, and they take those to rehab. Birds are attracted to the lights in the city. Birds from all kinds of environments that would never be found in a city, such as marshes, forests, fields. Thousands of birds come through the city because of the lights. They're attracted to these lights, and unfortunately, they try to get to them and they hit the glass. Sometimes in the morning, even when the lights are out, the birds are still there, they'll see the reflection and hit the glass. So I would urge you to please address the glass issue by either using bird safe glass or doing some other type of modification to avoid this hazard. I would also urge you to participate in Lights Out Philly project and turn the lights out. We're currently turning lights out after midnight, but we do know that bird collisions start happening soon after sunset. Their sports arenas with glass facades around the country are huge bird killers. One example though of somewhere where something else was done is the Milwaukee Bucks have an arena that was designed to be bird friendly.
All right, thank you for your 2 minutes have passed. So we have that noted about the glass and the birds and issues around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Judy. We have Samantha Holmes.
Hi, yes, my name is Samantha Holmes. I live in South Philly, so I'm fairly familiar with how the current stadium district provides services to the people around there. And I've heard the team point us all several times to their community page. I've been to the community page. It highlights several great things, but doesn't tell us really where those things are happening. And I would really challenge this team that's coming in and saying, we, a $4 billion company that can change cities at any time, really, can do a better job at this than a $150 billion Philly-based corporation that is Comcast. So, some of the things that Comcast provides are trash cans to everybody within like a 1.5 mile radius. They increase the number of trash collections when they know that there's something going on in the neighborhood. They have organized the express trains in and out of the stadium district. There are parking passes for the community so that they don't have to worry as much about this. And none of that was addressed in this team. They just said, look at the webpage. We're providing $50 million for this, but we're not going to tell you exactly what this is or how many people will be affected by that $50 million. So I think we need more justification for how the Sixers can do this better than Comcast. Thank you.
So much for your comments.
Thank you. We have 5 additional hands raised, just for heads up to the committee. We'll go with Christopher Stoweffel.
Hi, yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
My name is Christopher Steffel for the record, and I wrote down my question here. Earlier on in the presentation from the 76ers Place team, there were indications that local businesses were going to be included in the, I guess the promenade is the word, in the businesses, and I wanted to know a little bit more about that. Well, no, sorry. My main question is, what does transparency look like for this project? Because it feels that there were some promises made about bringing local businesses into the fray when the arena is opened, some indications about bringing the local stakeholders into the design process. But based on, I guess, some responses that I've been hearing in the chat, it doesn't seem like there has been much consulting with the community. So I guess that would be a concern of mine. And yeah, I guess I would just ask what structures are in place to ensure that you are holding up your sort of ends, such as the affordable housing towers, and what recourse do us as citizens have if you end up going through with this and decide that you're not going to build these affordable housing structures. Or yeah, I guess that's my question overall, and wanted to voice some concerns also that a number of residents from the Chinatown neighborhoods have been asking questions, and I don't believe I've heard the panel respond to anything or even say the word Chinatown in their responses yet. So that is also concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Michael, we have 6 additional hands. I do want to note, if you'd like to take a pause to allow for the applicant team to respond, or if you would like me to keep going.
Let's keep going for a couple more.
Okay, thank you. We have Pastor Carl Day. Pastor Carl, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Pastor Carl Day, Culture Changing Christians. I do want to say that I've definitely been hearing some taking heed to some things that's being mentioned. I just stepped out. I'm actually running a cohort of 45 young Black men, 18 to 25. We work on professional and personal development. And what does that mean to this? That means I'm saying that I'm on record for being in support of the 76th place being built. I hear concerns about people stating about public safety. People are talking about, part-time job bases. I have men right now who currently need easy entry-level jobs, who those jobs mean a lot to. These young brothers, some did not even finish 9th grade right now, that have a child that's 20 years old, young men who really need to quickly transition into jobs. So while many can pontificate and downplay the importance of these jobs, some of these jobs are leading to the issues that we have with public safety. When we talk about safety, whether it's SEPTA, safety downtown, center city, the way that we add elements of safety, we have to reach these generations of young people who we're talking about. And while people may not be mentioned in Chinatown, when we talk public safety, that's coded for young Black men. So if we're not creating these opportunities for young Black men, because they are the leading perpetrators of the violent issues that we see in Philadelphia, if we're not creating equitable opportunities, if we're not providing instant opportunities for some of these young men, this is why carjackings are up. This is why robberies are up. This is why people don't feel safe. So if we don't have things of this magnitude to come in and make sizable investments into the city, not just a particular community, guess what? We'll continue to see this thing pouring into our communities right now. So I just wanted to be on record to state this as I'm working with this demographic of young Black men as we speak. We cannot just downplay these opportunities, especially if one mentions Comcast or any other corporation for that sake in Philadelphia. Our challenge should be to call other people out to provide or do better than what's being proposed in this circumstance. Because at the end of the day, if this gets done or if it doesn't get done, there's still not being enough talk about people providing the same measure of opportunity or equitable allotments to the Black community and to these young Black men and women who need these opportunities. So that's all I wanted to state. I have work to get back to, but thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. We'll go to Mary S. Mary, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hey, hello, hi. My name is Mary Stumpf. I live in South Philadelphia. Can you hear me?
Yes, please do.
Okay, hi. So I didn't submit all these questions prior to the meeting. So I just wanted to, I have a list here. So, you know, there was a comment that was made about the Reading Terminal Market being like very proximate to this location. And, you know, it makes me think that a real community needs-based assessment isn't actually being done. There's a farmer's market at Mom's Organic Market on South 11th Street, an heirloom market already on 801 Market Street. You know, so that makes me kind of wonder about some of these amenities that are being proposed. Philadelphia has a colonial era street grid that is quite unique from other arena sites in the US. So there's really no getting around that. So this is a very unique site to assess. Another question is, why is this Chinatown adjacent site of all sites being proposed with the National Trust for Historic Preservation citing Philadelphia's Chinatown as one of 2 Chinatowns in the United States in need of protecting? There also is a news reports recently about Center City residency increasing in the past recent years, much greater than other Philadelphia neighborhoods. So why take away the shopping amenities already in place that's set in by the fashion district? More residents that are living in Center City will need more life-sustaining retail, not an arena. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of how the city sold off schools a few decades ago when the enrollment was going down and these schools were located near city parks. So, you know, the parks could avail themselves of that, the schools could avail themselves of that open space that the parks had. And now there's so many families raising children in the city that park amenity is gone because the school has now been sold. So I'm just a little bit afraid that some of these developments could, you know, we'll lose some of those amenities that we really need. We're not looking to the future. I'm also wondering, what's the current rate of single drivers as opposed to carpooling 76ers games now? Old City is the access point for 95 southbound.
Thank you so much for your comments. And so we've got them noted. Thank you so much for your call. How many folks do we have left?
It looks like we have 7 hands raised,
Okay, so
8 hands raised.
Let's go to the developer to respond to the comments and questions that were raised. In this last group.
Sure. Sherveen, there's a couple here for you, I think, on the activation of plaza areas and design of the building in relation to the glass. You want to take those? You're on mute, Sherveen. Sherveen, you're on mute if you're talking. I'll step in because I'm not sure, maybe he's having some mic issues.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Yes, just starting with the bird strikes. So as we previously answered in the first round of CDR, we do show fritting on the glass. So it's so-called distraction patterning. So we can avoid and prevent some of the bird strikes here. And did you want me to touch on the ground floor activation?
Yeah, plaza areas and connections to Filbert Street and transparency in general.
Yeah, sure. So the transparency in street facing retail and F&B, as well as community focused programming, all included in our facade approach, and how we've sort of flanked the perimeter here, as well as internally. So additional retail and F&B on the interior have been added to enhance that connection between the Market Street and the Filbert Street.
Thanks, Shervin. There was a comment about people not wanting to come downtown. They don't want to walk 15 minutes to a garage. I think it's important. We've spoken to this a little bit, but that walk is comparable to what folks are walking today at South Philly. When you go to the sports complex and you walk, it's the same distance that we're talking about. The only difference is that they're spread around to multiple different entrances and multiple different streets that can benefit from the street grid and having different locations versus just having the 2 or 3 locations on Broad and Patterson. We would also be working to put in place a process to allow folks to pre-reserve, pre-buy their parking spaces. Excuse me. So what that means is people are not going to be circulating around looking for a space in a garage. They're going to be going to a garage that they choose, that is convenient for them, and they know they have a spot in. So it will limit the parking confusion that can happen and create more certainty.
There was a question that, did you already have agreements with the surrounding parking lots for that?
Yeah. So we've got a partnership with Parkway organization, one of the largest operators in the area, and continue to have conversations. And we'll look to strike similar agreements with other operators in the area as well.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Alex Chan, do you want to speak to the publicly available green space or the green space and why it may or may not be able to be publicly available?
Yeah, sure. I think first and foremost, I think there are safety considerations and just construction and logistic complexities to consider for putting kind of public space up on the roof or of the arena itself. From kind of what we've shown today in the aerial renderings, we've also really wanted to maximize the sustainable energy performance, with the surface area for solar arrays and green roof areas that we're putting up there. So that's really what's shown in the rendering today. I certainly think it's a great comment, and I think one that can be considered as design progresses, certainly. And this is just one more element that I think we'll develop as more community feedback, or in more conversations happen.
Yeah, it's definitely something we would love to be able to do. There's some unique challenges. If you can think about being inside an arena, there's not a lot of columns in the middle of that bowl for obvious reasons. And so be able to support structurally occupancy on top of the roof, it becomes a real challenge in that scenario. Commissioner, I think a lot of the other questions were previously addressed. I'm happy to continue to go into them, but
I think you did address them for the most part. There was one the consideration of 100 events, and then there are 100 of non-event days, and considering other activities at Comcast and their proposals, and I guess more coordination with the other venues around the city. And have you had those conversations or any of those conversations?
Yeah, so obviously not a design focused conversation, but really more of a project feasibility question, and one that from our perspective, since we are not looking for any public money, that's one that's key to our evaluation of putting the owner's equity at risk here. And we've done the work and have talked with CAA Icon, the industry veteran who does feasibility studies, and looked at the Philadelphia market, assuming that Wells Fargo Center does stay and continues to operate and host flyers and other concert events. And we believe that there is an underserved nature of the supply in the additional events for Philadelphia, and that there's more than enough demand to support the 2 arenas. And I would remind folks that Philadelphia did support 2 arenas for almost 15 years when Wells Fargo Center first opened.
And a commitment to the protection of the aesthetic characteristics of Chinatown. It's a central problem.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Some commitment to the protection of Chinatown and the aesthetics of the Chinatown community?
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've talked about. Again, we don't have our community engagement folks on the line here, so they're best positioned to answer that. But it's something that is top of mind for us. We're very intentional about how we approach that. That's why we've come out of the gate with a commitment towards a community benefits agreement that would address things just like that and others. How can we bring the community into the arena design to do it in a respectful way, but also how can we provide funding for programs and resources that might help protect the surrounding area.
That's kind of all that I have. Alex, next group.
Thank you, Michael. We do have 8 hands raised. We'll start with Jacob Stanger. Jacob, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hello, Jacob Stanger here. So I had a couple quick questions I wanted to ask. The first one is, before it was mentioned that the expected AVO for this plan would be 2.5 people per vehicle. I was wondering where that number came from. I was looking at some reports from the DVRPC, and I know it's a different context, but in the general Philadelphia region, that number is usually much below 2 for people going to work. So I just don't think that people actually carpool as much as it's planned here. And secondly, you mentioned before, like revitalizing the neighborhood, adding new jobs and stuff, but there's closed businesses there. I was wondering, what is the consideration? Was there ever any consideration into doing this plan on another site where there are dilapidated buildings, where there are closed businesses, rather than like repurposing this mall for something in lieu of destroying the entire thing?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Just to note that they have mentioned previously that they had looked at a number of sites and determined that this was for their purposes, was the best site. So they've answered that question a couple times.
Next is Gabe Orduna. Gabe, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hello, my name is Gabe Orduna. Just a question for you, Washington Square resident here. So the streets are already super clogged when there's any city events, conventions, parades, city hall events, anything like that. And when you look at the map of the parking lots, they're really kind of scattered all around, not only Chinatown, but in the Washington Square West area. And I mean, with the inflow from something like a big game or a big concert, really concerned about the emergency vehicles navigating the Colonial Street grid. There was a discussion of some type of emergency vehicle technology. I'm not really sure how that works, but how would the emergency vehicle technology help emergency vehicles get through these clogged streets that might have a double parked car or, some obstruction in the road or something like that? Yeah, so I think pedestrian safety and the ability of emergency vehicles to navigate the small streets is the largest concern based on I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Next is Michael Navarro Lopez. Should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, my name is Mikhail Navarro Lopez, and I live in West Philly. I take public transportation to work, and I was just wondering what kind of, when so much of this plan hinges on there being more public transit use rather than just folks driving in cars downtown to try to get to the stadium. Many of the stations that SEPTA operates on the Broad Street line and on the L do not have elevators, or the elevators are often out of service. I was wondering if the 76 place is planning to make a major investment in transit, including in public bathrooms. Folks are going to need access to all of those kinds of things if they're taking public transit from long distances, if they're parking like out at Fern Rock Transportation and coming to the city to come to the games. And I was also wondering about the use of water. When you're maintaining more and more facilities and arenas, is there going to be a use of gray water in these plans, or are you going to be using fresh water from our city? I just am concerned that unless there's major investments also in water infrastructure for our city, washing all these windows is going to be a huge problem. Otherwise, it's going to look terrible. And also on the front of Chinatown businesses, having a proliferation of wealth of community businesses allows more individuals to come and support our local schools, from having folks who are able to be crossing guards, to providing support for our schools in kind donations. I work in the school district of Philadelphia. I'm very concerned that you're not able to talk about the Chinatown community and the impact on them, and to name them and the richness of community that's here. The last thing I wanted to ask is also about the lifespan of the arena. If arenas, the average age, is about 16 years for basketball stadiums right now. What is the 76th place planning to do to support the community over the next decades? If stadiums are usually built to last like 30 years, is 76th place going to continue investing in Philadelphia communities for the next 30 years? I just find that really hard to believe. And when Chinatown has been here for such a long time, we just know that we can count on our neighbors to keep standing up and supporting our kids and our schools. But I'm just really concerned that 76ers are going to walk away, because doing a little bit of programming here and there at our schools is not the same as providing really robust, long-term, sustainable supports that our kids and communities need. So I'd love to hear responses to any of that.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mikal. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. We'll go to Nita Patel. Nita, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi there. Thank you. Sorry, I missed my name earlier. Was looking at the revised plan, and I see that for entrance to the building during.
Hello, state your name for the record, please.
Sorry, Nita Patel.
Okay, good. There you go.
Thank you. And sorry, I missed my name being called earlier again. When I was looking at the revised plan, I see that there are, I think, for entrance during events, capacity for a little bit more than 3,000 people at a time to enter, ingress and egress. But how will fans go through security? And will they be required to wait outside the arena during events for game nights and other event nights? And really, how long will it take the approximately 19,000 people to get inside for such events? And are you expecting the overflow and people to line up on sidewalks as well? Because I don't think that is adequate, even with the revisions. And what does that mean for people coming up directly from Jefferson Station and or other SEPTA stops into the public gathering space? Do they need to exit SEPTA to the street and then queue up to get in?
Gotcha.
Can people enter the space from the bridge over 10th Street? How will those people go through security? Or is the bridge connection only for non-event days? And how do people just move through? Bag check, metal detectors, wanding? What will the flow actually be like?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. They actually did address that in the first CDR meeting, but they can address it in this meeting also. Next.
Michael, we have 5 hands raised. We'll go with Carol Maxwell Reeves. Carol, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Carol remains on mute. We'll try them in just a bit. We'll go to LR Cross. Oh, I'm seeing Carol. Let's try that again. No, still not seeing it. We'll come back to Carol. We'll go to LR Cross. Should be able to unmute. LR Cross, I do see that you are unmuted. Okay, we'll try LR Cross in just a second. We'll try with Talani Mathis.
Hi, my name is Talani Mathis. I work in the construction industry here in Philadelphia, and I also work in the sector of affordable housing. So what is the proposed limit of disturbance for construction How will this building get built without closing down all of the surrounding streets during construction? What percent AMI is targeted for affordable housing? 80% AMI is $100,000 in the city of Philadelphia. That does not reflect current salaries of existing Chinatown or City workers and residents. You guys provided research on Madison Square Garden, but what is the modal split data for the Wells Fargo Center? How many people take the train there currently? How many people, drive? Are the jobs really new that will be at this stadium? Won't the existing Sixers staff be moving with the building? And weren't they just on strike last month for poor pay and working conditions? Are these the jobs you're proposing for this neighborhood? Fashion District already has trouble keeping tenants. I know it was mentioned that this is because they don't have the street frontage that you guys are proposing, but the Walnut Street commercial corridor also has the same issues. How will that be addressed? And a lot of assumptions are based on how people could use SEPTA. Has SEPTA 100% agreed to increase service on game days? How does this jive with their existing ongoing operator shortages and their current plans to decrease center city stops because of the traffic problems that they discovered in their own traffic survey? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Go to LR Cross again. I think that their mic should be working. LR Cross, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lisa Cross, and I'm a longtime resident in Washington Square West, and I'm concerned that there's been no impact on our home values. And I'm concerned about public health and safety. We have ambulances rushing back and forth all the time because of our unfortunate public health issues in the city. And I don't hear much about how people who aren't going to the games or are going to benefit from this process, particularly tax-paying homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
We'll go to Ciara Gambikima. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. You should be able to unmute it this time.
Hi, my name is Sarah Bakima, a lifelong county resident and more recent city resident. My question is, so on page 34, the circulation modeling results in this resubmittal kind of do a poor job of showing pre-game ingress and how that would actually work. Could you provide a time series or a video showing of how the pedestrian and event flow will look like for a game night of 15,000 event goers, and maybe possibly for times that are semi-peak or non-peak at all?
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comment.
We have two hands raised. Call in. We'll start with call-in user 1. Should be able to unmute at this time.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Green.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My question for I want to talk about is like pre-pandemic. My family and I, we went to the Sixers game, and we got there early, and we didn't know, that they had the areas open for happy hours, and there was a lot of drinking, and the drinking started at 6. And they had like 7, 8 bars open as you walk around on the first floor to go to your seating, and they would continue to be full. And the people was drinking. There was no real, nothing in place. And so there's a concern because, the concern is at this point, that was the beauty of you being out where you're at right now, because when people leave out after drinking for 2.5 hours, there's not a lot of residential in that area. So therefore, when you're leaving out, whether you're going down Packer Avenue or you're going out towards the Expressway or I-95, there's no residential. But by you moving into the city, that's a concern, because you have these people that are going to be drinking starting at 6 o'clock, or when you have, and then they continue to drink through through the basketball game, and then when the game is over, people want to rush and get home, especially during the week. Then they're going to want to cut through Point Breeze. They're going to cut through Graduate Hospital area. They're going to want to cut over here to try to get to other ways of getting on I-95 or getting on, going out towards Jersey or going down there towards the airport, Packer Park. And so this is the real concern, and this is why I think that you really should consider staying where you're at, because of the fact that we have children, when your games get over or as they get light or whatever, driving through our neighborhoods where kids are riding their bikes and everything like that. And who's going to be there to control? What do you have in place to control that? Okay, to keep the people from cutting through, doing shortcuts through these different neighborhoods. And the other thing is, what is stopping them from when they want to come into 76th Place, and they don't want to stay on Broad Street that's jam-packed, or they don't want to stay on other areas like 13th Street or 15th Street, then they're going to try to cut around Grace Ferry and cut around there. And these are all residential areas. I think you're not looking at. I'm going to close it out.
Okay, understood.
I think that you're not looking at the totality, and I'd like to know, one, are you going to release any DUI reports? And also, what are you going to do to control the drunk driving and the drinking and coming through different neighborhoods?
Gotcha. Your 2 minutes have passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have the last hand raised here. We'll try Carol Maxwell Reeves again. Carol, you should be able to unmute. Still looks like we're having tech issues, but that's the last hand raised, Michael.
Okay, all right. With that, I'll ask the development team to respond to these last group of questions and comments.
Sure. There's, again, a handful I think we've already addressed, so I'll skip those unless you want to call them out specifically. But Sherveen, do you want to speak to the sustainability plan and how we might incorporate the water and gray water use? Sherveen, you're on mute again.
Apologies. Sustainability is certainly a critical issue for us, and one that we're going to explore different components and different ways to achieve it. The question was regarded around gray water and whether or not we will intend to use that. The idea is that we're going to incorporate things like low flow faucets, potentially gray water use for toilets, and possibly capture and reuse if possible elsewhere. Waterless urinals are another way to sort of save on that on the water. But those are just some things that come to mind as it relates to the gray water question. While I'm here, do you think I should address also the elevator questions regarding related to SEPTA itself?
Yep, please do.
Yeah, in our approach, the idea is, as you heard and as you know, it's preserving the existing SEPTA station and minimize the disruption around it and to it. This was the basis for us lifting the event level floor, as mentioned earlier, and maintaining, the passageway to Jefferson Station itself, plus the natural light intake that you saw. So we are adding one new entrance off of 10th Street that connects to the existing 10th Street entrance that's just off of Filbert. And then we're maintaining the west side entrance as well. Outside the arena, which aren't part of the project at all, SEPTA is actually working on some capital improvement plans. And I think they are installing an elevator just on the west side of 11th Street as part of the ADA compliance that they're working on. While I'm here, shall I just jump in on the construction plan and what our thoughts are there? I mean, we don't anticipate any long-term street closures for the construction period. Site safety is critical on and around the construction site. For us, it's paramount, certainly for myself especially. We're working on the logistics and sequencing on how we phase the sidewalk closures and if any temp closures required to safely construct the arena.
And train closures?
Pardon?
Train closures?
Train closures?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No train closures.
I think we've addressed this, but Anne Marie, do you want to just provide another cut at how the emergency vehicle preemption
Yeah,
Maurice?
I can address that quickly. Someone mentioned, how does the emergency vehicle technology work? So what we call emergency preemption will be installed as part of the traffic signal upgrades. And what that does is it allows the signal to turn green as it senses the emergency vehicle coming along its path. I'm sure folks have seen this, all over the place in various areas throughout the state. The assumption, though, I think he also mentioned, the gentleman that brought this up about, streets being narrow and things like that. It is a law, right? The vehicle's approaching, if the ambulance or emergency vehicle is approaching, that, vehicles have to move over. It's the law. You see it on crowded freeways, you see it on crowded streets all the time. They get through, they make their way through. There's nothing different in this instance that we're proposing that would, make this any different. So you have the technology plus, you have the letter of the law, and you have experienced emergency vehicle drivers who know how to operate in narrow situations, such as some of the streets that he referred to.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Commissioner Johns, I think
Well, there was a question on the multimodal split at the Wells Fargo Center. There was a question.
Yeah, we can take that one. So it's heavily weighted towards driving. One, because the availability of parking, and two, because the unavailability of public transit. So right now, it's somewhere between 75 and 85% of folks drive to Wells Fargo Center versus taking mass transit. And that's really limited or governed by the fact that there's one train line that has a direct one-seat ride to Wells versus over 20 that come through Jefferson Station.
It's a question on jobs creation versus jobs transfer from the Wells Center.
So all of our analysis is looking at a net benefit, right? Or net new, I should say. So it's assuming that the games the Sixers are playing that already happened in Philadelphia, acknowledging those already happened, assuming that any events that are happening at Wells Fargo Center, that those are already happening. We're only looking at the net new events that are anticipated to come to the arena or come to the city because of the addition of the second arena, which is assumed to be 50 net new events on an annual basis.
So that would be, I'm not getting. So there would be jobs that are at the Wells Fargo Center that would transfer to the new facility, right? So that it's the same.
Anyone who's working a Sixers game now would obviously continue to work the Sixers game, and
you would increase. There'd be an increase in employment. Is what am I hearing that?
There is an increase in employment because of the addition of the events that are happening outside of the Sixers games.
Talked about, you had addressed the security and the queuing, I think, before. So I think we got that. We had that covered. There's a question on of course, the AMI again, and what's the lowest AMI you're looking to do for the residential, because 80% is maybe not consistent with the incomes of the folks that may live in and around Chinatown or even work for the facility.
Yeah, appreciate that comment, and have the same answer that we're still having those conversations with the community members and city personnel on what those rates will be.
I think that's all I noted. All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
Not from our side. I think we really appreciate the time and the effort everyone's put in here and feedback. We do take it to heart. We hope that that's shown. We know we don't profess to have every single answer for every single possible question. We know that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and we intend to do it, and we intend to continue to engage in the same manner that we have as we continue down this process.
Appreciate your staying engaged and your willingness to respond and talk to the community about your proposed plans for this project. So at this time, I'll turn it back to the committee members for any discussion. I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate the team's dedication to hanging in there, and I think it's a very important project that needs to have public commentary, and it needs to be vetted publicly, very publicly. So, committee members.
Well, I'll just jump in to get things started. I don't have any grand pronouncements to make. A couple things though. I do want to comment on the process. Unlike the first time we showed this and we reviewed it, there was a number of folks speaking out on behalf of the project. So I just want to acknowledge that it wasn't complete one-sided, although it was weighted for sure. People that spent their time, waited online, and wanted to express opposition to this project. The other thing I want to say before we kick off a general discussion is that regardless of what I would like to see or what any of us would like to see on Market Street, I want to try and focus on what we have in front of us, right? So the alternative is not an imaginary project. It would be great, but the status quo versus this serious team that's brought together serious design professionals and a serious amount of money to invest in our community. So I think we have to recognize at the outset that there's something we have to address as a proposal, not as a not compare it only to the ideal that we have in mind, but criticize and provide a comment that would make this proposal as best as it can be. So I think that's the frame. If I can, suggest that, that's one frame that we as committee members should be bearing in mind. And there's a lot to talk about. So I'll just say one thing. I said the same thing last time, weeks ago, months ago, whenever it was, that the real measure of success of the project is how it contributes to the life of the community, Market Street, the adjacent neighborhoods, especially Chinatown, on non-game days and on 10 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a game day before it really kicks off. And to my mind, there's still a lot more that the design team can do to make it a not a 24-hour building, but a 16-hour building or a 14-hour building. We did see the design changes that are in response to the initial discussion about more retail lining the public galleries and the public corridors and the public cut-throughs and passageways. In my mind, it's an improvement, but not sufficient. The scale, it's a little hard to tell the scale because this is a full city block and it's a little tough to read, but the scale of the retail adjacent to the corridor is minimal. They don't look like a real urban shopping gallery, like the great, shopping galleries that you've seen when you've gone on vacation and travel in Europe, or the best that America has to offer. They look more like, shop fronts or a food cart. One colleague of mine, looking at the projects in advance, not associated with CDR, said they look like a food court type setup, but without the court, right? So they may work really well on a game day where you grab a hot dog or a to-go meal and then bring it up to your seat. But to really energize the ground floor of this project, absent the circus or Taylor Swift or the Sixers, I think it still needs more on the ground floor. And the one final thing I'll say before giving someone else a chance is that, you know, you have the entire project, underground, above ground, skies, air rights. And when we see a lot of arena operations on that ground floor, I'm really puzzled why about the percentage of arena operations, which as far as the public is concerned, or as far as we're concerned when we review this, is a black box and opaque versus spaces that could be put to public use or public amenities. And can these arena ops somehow get into the interstitial space, you know, behind the undercroft of the seats, or behind the skyways, or you know, between different levels of skyboxes or something like that? Because the ground floor, you know, is the most precious real estate that God ever created. There's no substitute for ground floor, and I don't see it from initial review. I don't see it being optimized as much as it could be, and I think it could be optimized more if the design team thought of this and the development team thought of this as the goal of making a truly world-class public amenity on the ground floor of the project. So that's just one feedback. You know, it's better. Could it be a fun place to go? Yeah, maybe. But I think there could be more that the Sixers proposal could offer us as city residents.
Thanks, Dan. Ashley?
I'd like to disagree with Dan a bit for a change. I think as a community planner, it's important for us to zoom out and think about our task today, which is to evaluate a change to a master plan. And to me, that means the key question is, in 20 or even 50, regret this decision as a city, or even as a community as a whole? Or will it have brought this section of Market Street back to life? You know, how do we evaluate this as a master plan change? I think collectively, we've been able to look back at the creation of the mall 50 years ago and see that it was a mistake. It was a mistake to wipe away the natural street-facing urbanism that existed there. You've shown the historic images in past presentations of Market Street as a bustling commercial corridor full of life and activity, and that's all gone now, or for the most part, it's gone. So planners made the mistake back then of allowing the destruction of the natural urbanism that existed here for the promise of the associated economic development and to compete with the suburbs for that mall. And we now know better. We know what makes a good city. We know what makes a good urban environment. We just know better. An example of this can be seen up the block. We made another huge planning mistake in the name of progress, which was putting a highway through a neighborhood and ripping that neighborhood apart. And now we are paying $160 million to cap the highway and fix that urban fabric. You can also see that down the river, we're spending $330 million to reconnect Old City back to the river. And I mention these in that I don't think it's appropriate for us as a city to say, well, the mall is dying, so we need to accept this stadium as our only fate. We can do big picture public infrastructure projects to heal the mistakes of the past because we now know better. So as we're evaluating this master plan amendment, we have an opportunity to rethink that mistake that was the mall and to look at this proposal and ask if it repairs what was stripped away all those years ago. So to answer that, we have to understand the impacts of this development and look what made the gallery such an issue in the first place. So those issues included the large scale of the whole thing, the super blocks it created, the blank facades, the inward focus, and the lack of residents. I think the professionals today provided some answers of how this could be built, and I really do appreciate their transparency today and the improved level of detail that they showed around the potential impacts, all of those which we requested. I think that, you know, we all understand that there was a lot of work put into this current presentation that we didn't see last time, and we appreciate that. Providing a residential tower, the added transparency, the retail components that you adjusted, the extra sidewalk space are all welcome improvements to the condition on the ground. but the drawings themselves aren't showing a welcoming environment. The promenade rendering looks like the type of experience you'd encounter at the airport or at the mall food court. The sidewalk renderings, they have an expanse of concrete and steel bollards, and they look so barren with no trees. It's really hard to see why we shouldn't build yet another large project in the name of economic development. We're really twisting ourselves into knots to see all the ways that this space could be activated. The closure of Filbert Street actually creates a bigger super block than what was there before. And the commercialized pedestrian mall isn't really the answer to solving that disconnection. We really need to think about what the real give back here is, and if we should build this thing, and whether or not it is really healing those planning wounds of the past. And I appreciate that the owners are writing a $50 million community benefits agreement check, and it's been mentioned many times today, but that's less than 1 year's salary of your star player. And I think that the historic Chinatown is at least worthy of a 4-year contract. It's also unclear if that will all be available as a lump sum upfront to finance a trust, or if it will be spread out over 30 years, which I think it alludes to on your website, which equates to only about $600,000 a year. So when we close our eyes and we jump 20 years or 50 years into the future, will we say as a city that this was a good investment? Will all the years of construction have been worth it? The lost retail activity and jobs, the opportunity cost of more neighborhood-oriented amenities and more residents that could have been living here. Will I ever visit that interior court as an interior everyday resident? Tavis suggested a bold idea last time that maybe the roof could be open to the public, similar to Sierra Green. Someone else mentioned that in the comments today. I think that this proposal is still lacking in that kind of really big thinking. In order to look back on this project and to not regret it, can we leverage this project to fund the completion of the rail park, to provide a real piece of civic infrastructure, perhaps maybe even a new bus depot, to bring back a vibrant, bustling neighborhood, and most importantly, to provide a solution that heals those wounds of the past? I really don't think that this proposal as it stands is doing that right now. I'm happy to talk about ideas to make this proposal better, but I don't think as a city, we just need to accept this as our fate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I think they were timely.
I can jump in, Michael. Thanks, Ashley, for elevating the discussion. I think that's appropriate to elevate it above a traffic signal or a bus shelter, or this is our fate as it stands. And, you know, I just want to say, I first came to Philly, well, giving away my age, in 1988. And, you know, we were faced with the dumb Disney hole at that time, right? And so I appreciate that everyone would like this to become more vibrant. This has been really a hard project for me to review because I constantly feel like I'm reviewing a concept plan and not a master plan. And I say that because we're delayed on a community impact study, we're delayed on an economic impact study. I don't see real adjacency studies being put forth. The tower got added, which is terrific, but I don't really see any more detail on that tower and how it's actually going to work. I agree that the closing of Filbert makes this an even more giant super block, and I'm not completely convinced, even with the new the new sort of tweaks to the plan, that this is going to feel like a place that you can walk through at any time. And of course you won't be able to at night, right? It's going to be closed. I worry about, and you know, I agree with what the designers said about, well, no stadium is going to be exactly the same, but I worry about some of the false equivalencies that I believe that I'm seeing. The TD Stadium is not directly downtown, right? It's further out in the city. So I think we certainly do need, and this team is looking and has the experience to look at all sorts of different stadiums, but I just don't feel like the data is being presented in a way that shows me where it's not the same and where it is the same. I worry from the get-go that the loss of this stadium from the stadium district actually puts a dent in a district that's just getting off the ground. But of course, that might not be part of our review today. And I appreciate and really heard today the talk about the bird glass in the public place and the solar and the plantings on the roof. I appreciate there could be structural hurdles to the roof. But like, I'm not seeing it sing yet. And Ashley, I think that's what you're saying. I don't look at this and say, wow, that's super cool. Wow, there's great public space. This is a great playful building that's in addition to the built environment of Philadelphia. And I know, that's probably feels bad to designers, but I'm not seeing it yet. And if this is going to come to this area, I want to see it. I want to see it vibrant and connected to the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Tavis. Clarissa.
I agree with everything that has just been mentioned. I hope that this conversation, although for the master plan for CDR, this will be the last time that we review it, that this is just the beginning of this conversation, and that the team continues to communicate with the community and provide opportunities to continue this conversation and improve this proposal as it moves forward.
Thank you. Any other comments from committee? Hearing none, I just
wait, John, Michael,
go ahead.
I got a lot more comments, but I just want to make sure we touch a lot of the issues. I think I'm trying to separate my personal views for what would be best for this site from providing good advice and good criticism as this master plan moves forward. So the first thing I'll say is I agree with what just was said by Tavis, is that this is a little undercooked. And for a master plan, I know we have some really great design professionals on the call and a really great resource available from these top-notch firms, but either there wasn't enough time dedicated to it or it's just not presented in a way which is clear. I have to say that, for instance, I'll start with the positive. The diagrams about the pedestrian flows were pretty effective, right? You showed these cartoons of these little people walking around, and you got a sense, you did the heat map, you got a sense of, oh, this is a problem, this is not a problem. The traffic information presented, I mean, there's a whole universe of documented ways to present complex data in a graphic way, and the traffic diagrams that were shown left me befuddled. And all these blue dots, they all had numbers on them. I know there's a gimmick with 76 intersections, but I came out of that not understanding anything better than my intuition about what a stadium or an arena would do downtown. Now, that's not my field of expertise, so I don't want to criticize outside my lane, but maybe it was a little too technical, maybe it was not technical enough, maybe it just wasn't presented well, but I'd be challenged to, I challenge the assembled audience to, I don't think like 3/4 of the people would say, oh, I have a good sense of what cars are going to be like down here. And then this idea about closing half a street, when you come to this committee, I think we need a little more information than we're going to use all the tools available to us to make sure it's safe. So just bracket that. I think it was a little bit undercooked. And not, it's funny, but not in a great way. So that's one thing. The second thing, I just want to, I think the party of the project, right? So if we're going to give advice to the planning commission or whoever the next step for this public review is, I think we have to drill down as designers on what's the party. Well, the party is take this big bowl with 18,000 or 20,000 people, whatever, you lift it up and you use the ground floor largely as public amenity, and you connect things that aren't connected now. So Filbert Street gets connected through with a public walkway. Makes perfect sense. This diagonal walkway, as a first move, I keep on scratching my head. You know, you think of any public gallery. You go to Rome, you go to Florence, you go to Milan, you go to London, you know, the interior great, you know, 18th century public galleries connect key civic events. You walk from, you know, the Roman Column over to the park, you know, and then they have the name, they're named for something, right? There's not a gallery called the Open Space Gallery or something like that. So this diagonal that goes from Market Street, it kind of peters out into something called like an assembly area or something like that. And it's a real giveaway that is a little underthought. I mean, why is that gallery connecting? What is it connecting? And why would anyone take that cut through? Filbert Street's easy, you know, you want to get from east to west. But you know, if there were a way to come off of Market Street, come into a grand open space, and then see in the distance the Chinatown Arch framed by an opening, that would be like, oh, that's the gallery, that's the Chinatown Walk or something like that. Now the geometry probably doesn't work, but something has to generate the form that we're looking at when we look at the ground plane, and I don't see that. Now the second thing is, you want to bring people in there. You look at this section, it's a really tall first floor. Why isn't that those first floor spaces? Why aren't they 2 stories tall? Or really a really world-class shopping area where, yeah, you can get a hot dog and you can go for budget shopping, but maybe there's something else that would bring people there as a feature. And this isn't stuff that we have to invent, right? When Wanamaker's opened 100 years ago, whenever it was, there was Oregon that developed the Christmas light show. Even in today's digital age, people still go to that, right? So, you know, the Comcast building has a fancy display screen. You know, when we go to a master plan level design, we want to see a little bit more of that kind of richness, I guess, than what we're presented with so far. So the advice we would give, if this is the project that we're gonna get, and as much as I would prefer something else or prefer to frame this in the way that Ashley encouraged us to do, if this is what we're going to get, we have to get that first floor to be an absolute world-class public destination that people are going to want to come to 365 days a year, whether or not the Sixers are there, or the Stones are playing upstairs, or the circus is in town, or anything. And right now it looks substandard or second rate as a destination. So I understand it's a Sixers proposal. It's not world-class shopping or destination area or something like that. But, you know, if this is going to go forward and I was going to give the planning commission advice, that ground floor just has to knock your socks off. It has to be great. And then it goes back to what we were talking about before. It revitalizes both the community to the north and the major artery that we have to the south. And it really knits things together and makes people want to come as really a joyous, delightful element of the city of Philadelphia. And it's not there yet. That's my opinion.
I think that's the bottom line statement, is that we're just not there yet, right? And then the question is, how do we get there, right?
Yeah.
You know, we're done with this master plan for CDR, right? But I think that there have been enough issues raised and comments made about sort of the overall integrity, right, of the master plan, that if somehow it can be revisited, right, in such a way that we can get that sort of vibrancy on the ground floor level, that we can connect to Chinatown, you know, sort of the way that it should respect the Chinatown community and the history of Chinatown and the street grid, etc. How do we get there? What's our advice to give to the development team and the planning commission? We can't say start all over, because we don't have that authority to do that, right? But what are the things that we can say to them at this point to entice them to take advantage of the time that's left to make some significant improvements, right? So
Michael, I mean, I have a couple of thoughts. You know, the bridge, we heard some comments on the bridge today, and well, it's going to be no lower than it is, but it'll be more transparent. And I mean, to me, that doesn't, you know, and I know we're trying to connect two sides of the street and then upper level. I get all that, but it just doesn't really seem like it's allowing for that connection to Chinatown. So I would really like that bridge looked at in a more creative way. I wondered on the tower, if turning the tower for residents of the tower, and again, we don't know much about the tower, but I just wondered if turning it, you know, suddenly people, the views would be better, and the sunrise and sunset, everybody would sort of get that sunrise sunset, right, effect in the tower. Yeah, those are two things. I had a couple more, but they're gone from my head now. So hopefully other members will have things.
Any other comments?
I mean, I guess I could say, what, you know, the streetscape, I agree. You know, at a master plan level, I want to be kind of, you know, wowed by the ideas for the streetscape. And right now it just looks like, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be like the streetscape is, but I would like, you know, some richness there. And, you know, clearly we're a long way away from construction documents that start to detail out your paving, but I just want to be excited about that. And I want to feel like if this is really a signature piece of this area of the city, that streetscape is going to be really, really bang up. You know, I don't want to get down the road and hear that the subway line is under the street and we can't have trees, or we can't have it be creative.
Right. Yeah. Having lived through the failure of the gallery and
right.
You know, and the fear is that, you know, we don't want to make the same mistake, right? And we have an opportunity here to improve upon some of the issues that we know occurred in the past. So,
Commissioners, is it appropriate for us to respond to any of this, or would you prefer we don't?
Committee, what's your thought?
Well, I mean, if as long as we're through all the committee comments, I don't mind.
Okay. Alex?
Thank you. You know, I would just say we agree with literally everything that you've all said. And from the get-go, we've said that this is, you know, first pass in terms of where we're at, right? And we recognize that there is obviously more work to be done, and this is, you know, a master plan submission, not a regular building permit submission. We do envision doing all of the work that you all have said, and you know, and plan to, and as I said, it plan to engage with not just the commissioners, but the community and other stakeholders along that way. We have not really fully started the design process that typically happens for a building, and obviously we will get there and get through those many iterations. And we'll continue to seek the feedback and engagement and try to solve all of the things that you guys have said, because we share those goals. You know, we want to make this a great space. We want to make it something that people are excited to come to, people are proud of, the city is proud of. And we know that we can do that, and we will do that, but it's not all going to happen right now. And I recognize that that puts you all in this current conversation in a difficult place to how do you opine, or how do you judge something that is this early. But you know, I just wanted to say that everything you're saying is spot on, and we would agree and plan to go that route.
We appreciate your agreement for sure. And we hope that you take into serious consideration, you know, all the comments that the committee has made, particularly since this is the last time that we'll, you know, have a conversation with you about this master plan. It's critical that we state our issues emphatically, and I think we've done that. And so with that, the last comment that I have to make is that I don't think we're there yet from the committee standpoint. And that's the last comment that I have. If there are any other comments from committee members, please. If not, we can go to the comments page. But before that, if the council member is still here, if you would like to make a comment or say anything, we welcome that. Is Councilmember School is still on the line?
Yes, he is. I do see his name as well as Sean McGonigal.
Okay.
And I have seen him on camera. Oh, I do see his office. He looks like he may have stepped away.
Oh, okay.
I do want to note that John Chin is also back for PCDC. Welcome back, John.
Thank you, Alex.
John, would you like to make a final comment?
I think I'll do that. I think a lot has been said about the master plan and the challenges that it faces. And I'll just be repeating what has been said earlier, but I think one of the challenges that I want to raise here in my final comment is that the modifications to the traffic analysis and study that's been done does make some improvements, but I think the reality is that the improvements don't meet the current conditions of the environment in the streets, both for vehicles and pedestrian. And I said this earlier, is that my biggest concern is when if this arena is here and it's operating in real current environments, I believe that I haven't seen any data that shows me that there will not be clashes between pedestrians and vehicles, not crashes, but just compete, both of them competing for the same space, whether it's 10th Street, 11th Street, Market Street, or Arch Street. I haven't seen the traffic studies show that it can work with this type of volume of coming and leaving the arena, especially leaving the arena. Not to mention that we haven't heard of a plan to deal with the SEPTA routes that come through here when this volume people are either coming or going. Do these SEPTA buses just stop in the tracks, or they rerouted? And if they reroute it, where do they go to? So, so these continue to be my concerns about the master plan and how it interacts with the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we can go to the comments page. Scroll down a little. Scroll down. Oh, you're sliding too fast. Wait a minute, I was I was just on number 12. Okay. All right. Okay. You can slide down some. Scroll down some more. Scroll down.
That's the end.
Okay. I would just want to add, of course, adds staff comments, and also I think we appreciate the development team commitment to this process and their desire to hear and learn from the community and other stakeholders to improve what could be a really great project for the city of Philadelphia. So I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the developments team for their commitment to this initiative and this process.
May I change 24 a little bit too? Would you, are you ready? Yeah. It looks like the streetscape is ordinary and it lacks detail and richness. I probably did say it would be fine, but I really meant it's going to be ordinary.
And my last statement was, and to make this the best project that it can be for the city of Philadelphia. So I think that needs to be acknowledged. And accept the staff comments. With that, I'll take a motion to accept the comments. Is there a motion?
Motion.
There's a motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Comments have accepted. And that concludes the CDR process for this master plan. Thank you all, and continued success as you move forward. Continue to listen to community and stakeholders.
You all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.